Hi families, welcome to Family Listen. This is the place for the best stories for the whole family. So support us and subscribe to the channel, give a like, and tell us in the comments which city you're watching this story from. We'd love to know, all because I've translated the text as requested. Let me know if you need any clarification or have any questions about the translation. The sky was a somber gray, matching the mood of the small group gathered around the freshly dug grave. I stood there, my 11-year-old frame dwarfed by the adults surrounding me, all dressed in black. The priest's words washed over me, but I couldn't focus on them. My eyes were fixed on the polished wooden coffin being lowered into the ground. Grandma was gone. I felt a gentle squeeze on my shoulder and looked up to see Dad's red-rimmed eyes. He tried to smile, but it came out more like a grimace. "You okay, kiddo?" he whispered. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The lump in my throat felt like it might choke me if I tried to speak. As the service concluded, people began to disperse, offering condolences as they passed. I heard snippets of conversation. "She was a wonderful woman. Best cook I've ever known. She'll be missed." But it all seemed hollow. They didn't really know her, not like I did. Mom approached, her mascara slightly smudged from wiping away tears. "Michael, honey, we're going to head back to the house now. Are you ready?" I shook my head. "Can I have a minute to say goodbye?" My parents exchanged a look before Dad nodded. "Of course, son. We'll wait by the car." As they walked away, I took a step closer to the grave. The hole seemed impossibly deep, and the thought of Grandma down there, alone in the dark, made my chest tighten. "I'll miss you, Grandma," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Who's going to teach me how to make the perfect pie crust now, or tell me stories about your adventures in the kitchen?" I felt tears welling up again and didn't bother to wipe them away. "I promise I'll keep cooking. I'll make you proud." A cool breeze rustled the nearby trees, and for a moment I could almost smell the comforting aroma of Grandma's kitchen: cinnamon, vanilla, and something else I could never quite place. I closed my eyes, trying to hold on to the memory. "Michael?" Dad's voice pulled me back to reality. "It's time to go, son." With a heavy sigh, I turned away from the grave and trudged back to where my parents were waiting. The drive home was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts and memories. As we pulled into the driveway of our modest New York suburban home, I noticed Aunt Linda's car already parked there. My heart sank a little. I wasn't in the mood for more sympathetic looks and awkward conversations. Inside, the house was filled with the low murmur of voices and the clinking of dishes. The air was heavy with the scent of casseroles and baked goods, the traditional offerings of condolence. "Michael, why don't you go upstairs and change?" Mom suggested gently. "You can come down when you're ready." Grateful for the excuse to escape, I nodded and headed up to my room. I shed my uncomfortable suit, pulling on my favorite pair of worn jeans and Grandma's old Kiss the Cook apron that she'd given me for my last birthday. It was way too big, but wearing it made me feel closer to her. I was about to head back downstairs when I heard a knock at my door. "Come in," I called out, expecting to see Mom or Dad. To my surprise, it was Aunt Linda who entered, carrying a large cloth-wrapped bundle. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she managed a small smile when she saw me. "Hi, Michael," she said softly. "How are you holding up?" I shrugged, not really sure how to answer. Aunt Linda nodded understandingly. "I have something for you," she continued, moving to sit on the edge of my bed. She patted the space next to her, inviting me to join her. "Your grandmother wanted you to have this." Curiosity piqued. I sat down beside her. Aunt Linda carefully unwrapped the bundle, revealing a thick, worn book bound in faded leather. "This was your grandmother's most prized possession," Aunt Linda explained, her voice filled with a mix of reverence and sadness. "Her cookbook." My eyes widened as she placed it in my hands. The book was heavier than I expected, and I could feel the weight of years and memories it carried. "But why me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Shouldn't it go to you or Dad? You're both great cooks." Aunt Linda shook her head, a mysterious smile playing at her lips. "Your grandmother was very clear about this, Michael. She said you were the one who truly inherited her passion for cooking. She wanted you to have it." My fingers trembled as I opened the cover, inhaling deeply. The scent of ancient spices and parchment filled my nostrils, bringing with it a flood of memories. Afternoons spent in Grandma's kitchen, learning to knead dough and chop vegetables, listening to her stories and soaking up her wisdom. "There's more," Aunt Linda said, pulling me from my reverie. She handed me an envelope, my name written on it in Grandma's elegant script. "She wrote this for you. I'll leave you to read it in private." With that, she stood and made her way to the door. Before leaving, she turned back to me. "Your grandmother loved you very much, Michael. She saw something special in you. Remember that." As the door closed behind her, I stared at the envelope in my hand, my heart pounding. With shaking fingers, I broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. "My dearest Michael," it began. "If you're reading this, it means I've taken my final bow in life's grand kitchen. But don't be sad, my little chef. I'm leaving you with something far more valuable than any worldly possession. I'm leaving you with magic." I frowned, reading the line again. Magic? What did she mean? "The cookbook you now hold is no ordinary collection of recipes. It has been in our family for generations, passed down to those who truly understand the power of food to transform, to heal, to bring joy. And now it's yours." My eyes darted to the cookbook lying beside me. It certainly didn't look magical, just old and well used. "The recipes within these pages can do extraordinary things, Michael. They can make people laugh or cry, remember or forget. They can grant strength or invisibility, cure sadness or inspire bravery. But with this power comes great responsibility." I felt a chill run down my spine as I continued reading. "You must promise me, Michael, that you will use this gift wisely. Cook with love, with compassion, and with the intention to help others. The magic lies not just in the ingredients or the methods, but in the heart of the cook." The letter went on, explaining more about the cookbook's history and offering words of guidance and encouragement. By the time I finished reading, my mind was reeling. Magic recipes, secret family legacies, it all seemed impossible. And yet, a part of me, the part that had always felt a special connection to Grandma and her cooking, wanted desperately to believe it was true. With a deep breath, I opened the cookbook again, this time paying closer attention to the contents. My eyes widened as I noticed strange symbols and cryptic notes scribbled in the margins. The ingredient lists included items I'd never heard of. Moonbeam essence, laughter of children, whisper of hope. A mix of excitement and apprehension bubbled up inside me. If this was real, it changed everything. I thought about all the times Grandma's cooking had seemed to make things better, not just by tasting good, but by lifting spirits, easing pain, bringing people together. Had it been magic all along? As I flipped through the pages, a small note fell out, written in Grandma's handwriting. "Start with the giggle cookies. The world could always use more laughter." I couldn't help but smile, remembering how Grandma's cookies always seemed to cheer me up, no matter how bad my day had been. Was that just good baking, or something more? There was only one way to find out. Clutching the cookbook to my chest, I stood up, a sense of purpose filling me for the first time since Grandma's passing. I had been given a gift, a magical, wonderful, slightly scary gift, and I was determined to honor it. "I won't let you down, Grandma," I whispered, running my hand over the cookbook's worn cover. "I promise." With that, I squared my shoulders and headed downstairs. I had a batch of giggle cookies to bake, and a whole new world of culinary magic to explore. As I entered the kitchen, the murmur of conversation from the living room faded into background noise. This was my domain now, just as it had been Grandma's. And somewhere, I was sure she was watching, ready to guide my hand as I took my first steps into this new, magical chapter of my life. The house had finally emptied of well-wishers and mourners, leaving behind a silence that felt both comforting and oppressive. I stood in the kitchen, Grandma's cookbook open on the counter before me, my heart racing with anticipation. "Giggle cookies," I read aloud, tracing my finger over the recipe title. The list of ingredients seemed normal enough at first glance: flour, sugar, butter. But as I read further, I noticed some unusual additions. A tablespoon of sunshine? 3 drops of a child's laughter? What does that even mean? "Michael?" Mom's voice startled me, and I quickly flipped the cookbook shut. "What are you doing, sweetie?" I turned to face her, trying to keep my expression neutral. "Just thinking about making some cookies. You know, like Grandma used to." Mom's eyes softened, and she crossed the kitchen to pull me into a hug. "Oh, honey, that's a lovely idea. Your grandmother would be so proud." As she released me, her gaze fell on the cookbook. "Is that—" I nodded. "Aunt Linda gave it to me. She said Grandma wanted me to have it." A strange expression flickered across Mom's face. Surprise, mixed with something else I couldn't quite identify. "I see," she said slowly. "Well, your grandmother always did say you had a special touch in the kitchen." She paused, seeming to choose her next words carefully. "Just be careful with that book, okay? Some of those old recipes can be tricky." Before I could ask what she meant, Dad called from the living room and Mom hurried off to see what he needed. I turned back to the cookbook, my curiosity now mixed with a touch of apprehension. Did Mom know about the magic? And if she did, why hadn't she said anything? Pushing these questions aside, I focused on the task at hand. "Okay, Grandma," I whispered. "Let's see what these giggle cookies can do." I gathered the standard ingredients first, lining them up on the counter with precision. But when it came to the more unusual components, I found myself at a loss. How was I supposed to measure sunshine or capture laughter? As if in answer to my unspoken question, I noticed a small note in the margin of the recipe. "The magic is in the intention, not just the ingredients. Feel the emotions you want to create." Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and thought about laughter, the way it bubbled up from your belly, the way it could transform a whole room. I remembered Grandma's laugh, warm and rich, and felt a smile tugging at my lips. When I opened my eyes, I could have sworn the kitchen looked brighter, as if illuminated by an inner light. Feeling a surge of excitement, I set to work. As I mixed the dough, I focused on happy memories: summer picnics with Grandma, inside jokes with my best friend, the time Dad tried to flip a pancake and it stuck to the ceiling. With each thought, the dough seemed to shimmer slightly, though I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination. Finally, the cookies were ready for the oven. As I slid the tray in, I heard footsteps behind me. "Something smells good," Dad said, entering the kitchen. He looked tired, the events of the day weighing heavily on him. "Your grandmother's recipe?" I nodded, a little nervously. "Yeah, I thought it might cheer everyone up." Dad smiled, ruffling my hair. "That's thoughtful of you, kiddo. She'd be proud." As the cookies baked, their aroma filled the kitchen, sweet and buttery, with an underlying scent I couldn't quite place. It reminded me of sunny days and uncontrollable giggles. The timer dinged, and with trembling hands, I pulled the tray from the oven. The cookies looked perfectly ordinary, golden brown with a slight crackle on top. But as I set them on the cooling rack, I could have sworn I heard a faint tinkling sound, like distant laughter. "Can I try one?" Dad asked, reaching for a cookie. "Wait," I said quickly, then tried to cover my alarm. "I mean, they're still hot. Give them a minute to cool." Dad raised an eyebrow but withdrew his hand. All right. I'll be in the living room when they're ready." As soon as he left, I grabbed a cookie, ignoring the heat that seared my fingertips. This was it, the moment of truth. I took a deep breath and bit into the cookie. For a second, Nothing happened. The cookie tasted good, buttery and sweet, but otherwise unremarkable. Then suddenly a warmth spread through my chest, bubbling up my throat. Before I knew what was happening, a giggle escaped my lips, then another, and another. Soon I was doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Tears streamed down my face as wave after wave of mirth washed over me. It wasn't just amusement. It was pure, unadulterated joy, the kind that makes your sides ache and leaves you gasping for breath. "Michael?" Mom's voice, tinged with concern, barely registered through my laughter. "Are you okay?" I tried to answer, but could only manage another burst of giggles. I heard hurried footsteps, and then both my parents were in the kitchen, staring at me with a mix of confusion and worry. "What's going on?" Dad asked, looking from me to the tray of cookies and back again. I gasped for air, trying to compose myself. "I'm fine," I managed between giggles. "Just try a cookie." My parents exchanged a glance, clearly unsure, but curiosity won out, and they each took a cookie. I watched, still fighting back laughter as they took tentative bites. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I saw Mom's lips twitch. A snort escaped Dad, and suddenly they were both laughing just as hard as I had been. The kitchen filled with the sound of our combined laughter. It was infectious, joyous, and somehow healing. I felt the heavy cloud of grief that had been hanging over us start to lift, if only for a moment. As our laughter finally began to subside, I saw Mom wipe tears from her eyes. But these weren't tears of sadness. Her whole face was alight with mirth and something like wonder. "Oh my," she said, still chuckling. "I haven't laughed like that I can't even remember how long." Dad nodded, his own laughter tapering off into a warm chuckle. "Me neither. Michael, these cookies are incredible. What did you put in them?" I froze for a second, unsure how to answer. "Just, Grandma's secret recipe," I said finally, trying to sound casual. Mom's eyes flickered to the cookbook, still open on the counter. Something like recognition passed over her face, quickly replaced by a gentle smile. "Well, your grandmother always did know how to lift people's spirits. You've inherited her touch, it seems." As my parents helped themselves to more cookies, their laughter starting anew, I felt a mix of emotions swirling inside me. Pride at having successfully baked my first magical recipe. Excitement at the possibilities this cookbook held, but also a touch of anxiety. How was I going to keep this a secret? And more importantly, should I? I thought back to Grandma's letter, her words about responsibility echoing in my mind. This gift was powerful, that much was clear. But how to use it wisely? As if sensing my inner turmoil, Dad paused in his laughter long enough to pull me into a hug. "Thank you for this, Michael," he said softly. "Your grandmother would be so proud of you." In that moment, surrounded by the warmth of my parents' embrace and the lingering magic of laughter, I made a decision. I would honor Grandma's legacy. I would learn to use this gift to bring joy and healing to others just as she had done. It wouldn't be easy, and I had a lot to learn, but I was ready for the challenge. As the evening wore on, filled with more laughter and shared memories of Grandma, I couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning. The giggle cookies were just the first step on what promised to be an extraordinary journey. I cast one last glance at the cookbook as we left the kitchen for the night. "Thanks, Grandma," I whispered. "I won't let you down." And somewhere, in the lingering scent of cookies and joy, I could almost hear her familiar chuckle in response. The success of the giggle cookies had ignited a fire within me. In the days that followed Grandma's funeral, I found myself drawn to the kitchen more and more, the magical cookbook becoming my constant companion. Each page held new wonders, recipes that promised not just delicious food, but extraordinary effects. Late one night, unable to sleep, I crept downstairs to the kitchen. The house was quiet, my parents long since retired to bed. I pulled the cookbook from its hiding place behind the stack of ordinary cookbooks and set it on the counter, the leather cover gleaming softly in the moonlight streaming through the window. "Okay, Grandma," I whispered, running my fingers over the embossed title. "What other secrets are you hiding?" I began to flip through the pages, my eyes widening at the increasingly fantastical recipes. Courage casserole, remembrance risotto, serenity smoothie, each one more intriguing than the last. But as fascinating as the recipes were, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was still something I was missing. "There has to be more," I muttered, frustrated. "Some explanation of how all this works." As if in response to my thoughts, my fingers caught on a page that felt thicker than the others. Frowning, I examined it more closely, running my hand along the edge. There was definitely something off about it. Heart pounding with excitement, I carefully pried at the page. To my amazement, it split apart, revealing a hidden compartment within the book's spine. Inside was a folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. With trembling hands, I unfolded it, recognizing Grandma's elegant handwriting immediately. "My dearest Michael," it began, and I felt a lump form in my throat. "If you've found this letter, then you've already begun to uncover the true magic of our family's cookbook. I always knew you had the gift, my little chef. I could see it in the way your eyes lit up in the kitchen, in the care you took with each ingredient. But with great power comes great responsibility, and it's time you understood the full extent of what you've inherited." I leaned against the counter, my knees suddenly weak. This was it. The explanation I'd been searching for. The magic in these recipes isn't just in the ingredients or the methods. It's in the heart and intention of the cook. Each dish is a spell, a way to channel your own energy and emotions into something that can affect the world around you. But be warned, Michael, the stronger the effect you want to create, the more of yourself you must pour into the recipe. It's not just about following instructions, it's about feeling the emotions you want to evoke, about understanding the people you're cooking for, about using your intuition as much as your measuring cups. And most importantly, it's about using this gift to help others, never for selfish gain. The moment you try to use this magic for personal benefit is the moment it will begin to fade. I paused in my reading, thinking back to the giggle cookies. Had I not been thinking about cheering up my parents when I made them? Is that why they had worked so well? There will be times when you're tempted to use this power for yourself, to make your own life easier or to get ahead. But remember, true fulfillment comes from bringing joy and comfort to others. That's the real magic, Michael. The ability to make a difference in someone's life through something as simple as a meal. Tears pricked at my eyes as I continued reading. Grandma went on to explain more about the history of the cookbook, how it had been passed down through generations of our family, always to the one who showed the most promise in the kitchen. "You have a great gift, my dear boy, but also a great responsibility. Use it wisely, use it kindly, and always remember, the most important ingredient in any recipe is love." The letter ended with a postscript that made me smile through my tears. P.S. Don't forget to have fun. Magic should bring joy to the cook as well as those they cook for. Experiment, be creative, and never stop learning. The possibilities are as endless as your imagination. I stood there for a long moment, the letter clutched to my chest, my mind reeling with the implications of what I'd just read. The magnitude of what I'd inherited was starting to sink in, and it was both exhilarating and terrifying. "Michael?" My mom's voice made me jump. I turned to see her standing in the doorway, wrapped in her robe, a concerned look on her face. "What are you doing up so late?" For a split second, I considered hiding the letter, pretending I was just getting a glass of water. But then I remembered Grandma's words about responsibility and using the gift wisely. I took a deep breath. "Mom," I said, my voice shaky but determined. "I think we need to talk." Her eyes flickered to the cookbook on the counter, then back to me. She seemed to deflate slightly, as if a weight she'd been carrying had suddenly become too heavy. "I suppose we do," she said softly. She crossed the kitchen and sat at the table, gesturing for me to join her. I was hoping we'd have a few more years before this conversation. I sat across from her, the letter still in my hands. You knew, I said. It wasn't a question. Mom nodded, a sad smile on her face. Of course I knew. Your grandmother. She was an extraordinary woman, and not just because she made the best apple pie in the state. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, unable to keep a note of accusation from my voice. She reached across the table, taking my hand in hers. It wasn't my secret to tell, honey. Your grandmother was very clear that you needed to discover it on your own, when the time was right. I thought about that for a moment. But why me? Why not you or Dad? Mom's smile turned wistful. The gift doesn't always follow a straight line. It skips generations sometimes. Your father and I, we can appreciate good food, but we can't create the magic. But you, Michael, you have your grandmother's gift. I've seen it even before you knew what it was. A thought occurred to me. The giggle cookies. You knew what they were, didn't you? She nodded. I suspected. Your grandmother used to make them whenever one of us was feeling down. They always seemed to do the trick. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of this shared secret hanging between us. Finally, I asked the question that had been nagging at me since I first discovered the cookbook's true nature. What do I do now? Mom squeezed my hand. You learn. You practice. You use your gift to bring a little more joy and kindness into the world, just like your grandmother did. She paused, her expression growing serious. But Michael, you have to be careful. This isn't a game, and it's not something to show off to your friends. The magic in that cookbook, it's powerful. Used carelessly, it could cause real harm. I nodded, thinking of Grandma's warnings in the letter. I understand. Good, Mom said, standing up. Now it's late and you should be in bed. But tomorrow, maybe we could bake something together. I'd love to see what other tricks your grandmother taught you. As I climbed back into bed that night, my mind was buzzing with possibilities. The magical cookbook wasn't just a collection of recipes. It was a legacy, a responsibility, and an adventure all rolled into one. I thought about all the good I could do, all the people I could help, but I also thought about the challenges ahead, the secrets I'd have to keep, the power I'd have to learn to control. As I drifted off to sleep, Grandma's words echoed in my mind. The most important ingredient in any recipe is love. I made a silent promise to her, to Mom, and to myself. I would honor this gift, use it wisely, and always cook with love. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of my journey into the world of culinary magic, and the adventures that lay ahead would test me in ways I could never have imagined. The weeks following my discovery of the cookbook's true nature were a whirlwind of culinary experiments and magical mishaps. Each day brought new challenges and surprises as I delved deeper into the world of enchanted cooking. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened on that fateful Saturday afternoon. I was alone in the house, my parents having gone out for groceries. The magical cookbook lay open on the kitchen counter, its pages slightly worn from my constant perusal. My eyes were fixed on a particularly intriguing recipe: vanishing vanilla wafers. Ingredients that make you disappear, I read aloud, a mischievous grin spreading across my face. Now that could be fun. I gathered the required items, both mundane and magical. Flour, sugar, and vanilla extract were easy enough, but essence of shadow and whisper of secrets proved more challenging. Remembering Grandma's advice about intention, I closed my eyes and focused on the concept of invisibility, the idea of being present yet unseen. As I mixed the batter, a tingling sensation spread through my fingertips. The dough seemed to shimmer slightly, catching the light in ways that shouldn't have been possible. When I finally slid the tray into the oven, my heart was pounding with anticipation. The aroma that filled the kitchen was unlike anything I'd experienced before. It was vanilla, yes, but with an underlying scent that reminded me of mist and moonlight. As I pulled the wafers from the oven, They looked deceptively ordinary. Pale, crisp cookies with a slight sheen. "Okay," I muttered, picking up one of the cooler wafers. "Here goes nothing." I took a bite, savoring the buttery vanilla flavor. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a strange tingling sensation began in my toes, slowly creeping up my body. I watched in amazement as my feet began to fade from view, followed by my legs, torso, and finally my hands. "It worked!" I exclaimed, my voice sounding oddly disembodied. I rushed to the hallway mirror, only to see nothing but the empty room reflected back at me. I was completely invisible. Laughter bubbled up inside me as the possibilities raced through my mind. I could sneak into movies, play the best pranks, maybe even... No, Grandma's warning echoed in my head. This gift wasn't for personal gain or mischief, but surely a little harmless fun wouldn't hurt, right? Just then, I heard the front door open. "Michael," Mom called out. "We're home. Come help with the groceries." Panic surged through me. I wasn't ready for them to know about this yet. Just a minute," I called back, frantically looking around for the remaining wafers. But in my invisible state, I knocked the plate off the counter, sending cookies scattering across the floor. What was that noise? Dad's voice came from the hallway, footsteps approaching the kitchen. "Nothing," I yelped, scrambling to pick up the fallen wafers. "I just dropped something." My parents entered the kitchen, their eyes widening as they took in the scene. Floating cookies, seemingly being gathered by an unseen force. "Michael?" Mom's voice was a mix of concern and exasperation. "What did you do?" "I can explain," I said, wincing at how ridiculous it sounded coming from thin air. "I was just experimenting with a new recipe." Dad pinched the bridge of his nose. "Let me guess. Invisibility?" I nodded, then remembered they couldn't see me. "Yeah. How did you know?" "Your grandmother had a similar incident when she was about your age," Mom sighed. "Scared the living daylights out of your great-grandparents." "Oh." I felt a mix of relief and embarrassment. "So, you're not mad?" "Mad? No," Dad said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Concerned? Absolutely. Do you know how to reverse it?" The question hit me like a bucket of cold water. In my excitement to try the recipe, I hadn't even considered how to become visible again. I'm not sure," I admitted sheepishly. Mom and Dad exchanged a look that I could only imagine was a mix of worry and resignation. "All right," Mom said, taking charge of the situation. "First things first, Michael, grab that cookbook and bring it to the living room. We need to find a solution before this goes any further." As we settled in the living room, the absurdity of the situation hit me. Here I was, invisible, with my parents trying to have a serious conversation with thin air. "So," Dad began, his eyes roving around the room, trying to pinpoint where I was. "Talk us through what happened. Exactly what did you do?" I recounted the process of making the vanishing vanilla wafers, from gathering the ingredients to taking that fateful bite. As I spoke, I could see Mom flipping through the cookbook, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Aha!" she exclaimed suddenly. "I think I found something. There's a note in the margin here about a reappearing raspberry tart that seems to be the counterpart to the vanishing vanilla wafers." Hope surged through me. "Great, let's make it." "Not so fast," Dad interjected. "We need to be careful here. Magic isn't something to rush into, especially when we're trying to undo its effects." Mom nodded in agreement. "He's right, Michael. We need to approach this thoughtfully. Now, according to this recipe, the key ingredient is essence of revelation. Any ideas what that might be?" I thought for a moment, remembering how I'd focused on the concept of invisibility when making the wafers. Maybe it's about wanting to be seen, about revealing your true self. "That sounds plausible," Dad mused. "But how do we translate that into cooking?" For the next hour, we brainstormed ideas, poring over the cookbook and discussing the nature of visibility and revelation. It was strange and wonderful, working together with my parents on something so extraordinary. Despite the circumstances, I felt a warmth in my chest at their support and understanding. Finally, we settled on a plan. We would bake the reappearing raspberry tart, focusing our intentions on the joy of being seen and recognized for who we truly are. As we worked, I shared stories of my magical cooking experiments, and my parents reciprocated with tales of Grandma's culinary adventures. As the tart baked, filling the house with the scent of sweet berries and warm pastry, I felt a shift in the air, a tingling sensation similar to what I'd felt with the wafers but somehow warmer, spread through my body. "Michael," Mom gasped. "I can see your outline." Slowly but surely, I began to fade back into view. By the time the tart was ready, I was fully visible again, much to everyone's relief. As we sat around the kitchen table enjoying slices of the magical tart, Dad cleared his throat. "I think we need to set some ground rules about your magical cooking, Michael." I nodded, chastened by the day's events. "I know. I should have been more careful." "It's not just about being careful," Mom added gently. "It's about understanding the responsibility that comes with this gift. Magic isn't a toy, and it's not something to be used lightly. From now on," Dad continued, "no magical cooking without one of us present, and we need to discuss any new recipes before you try them. Agreed?" "Agreed," I said, feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. Part of me chafed at the restrictions, but another part recognized the wisdom in their words. As we finished our tart, the tension of the day melting away, I realized something important. The real magic wasn't just in the food or the spells. It was in moments like these, sharing something extraordinary with the people I loved, learning and growing together. "Thanks," I said suddenly, causing both my parents to look at me quizzically. "For understanding, for helping, for everything." Mom reached out and squeezed my hand, my visible, solid hand. "That's what family is for, sweetheart. We're in this together." As I went to bed that night, the events of the day replaying in my mind, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The path ahead might be challenging, but with my family's support and Grandma's legacy guiding me, I was ready to face whatever magical culinary adventures lay ahead. Little did I know, the invisibility incident was just the beginning of a series of extraordinary events that would test my skills, my courage, and the very nature of my newfound magical abilities. Monday morning arrived with a sense of dread that had nothing to do with magical mishaps. As I walked through the school gates, my backpack feeling heavier than usual, I couldn't shake the knot of anxiety in my stomach. It wasn't the classes I was worried about. It was Jake Thornton, the school bully who had made it his personal mission to make my best friend Sarah's life miserable. I spotted Sarah by her locker, her shoulders hunched, as if trying to make herself invisible. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Hey," I said, approaching her. "You okay?" Sarah looked up, a weak smile flickering across her face. "Hey, Michael. Yeah, I'm fine." But I could see the lie in her eyes. "Has Jake been bothering you again?" She shrugged, but the way she quickly looked away told me everything. "It's nothing I can't handle." Anger bubbled up inside me. Sarah was the kindest person I knew, always ready with a smile or a helping hand for anyone who needed it. She didn't deserve this. As if summoned by our conversation, Jake's mocking voice rang out down the hallway. Well, if it isn't the dynamic duo, Mikey, the mama's boy, and silly Sarah. I felt Sarah tense beside me as Jake swaggered towards us, flanked by his usual cronies. The aftermath of the truth-telling taffy incident lingered in the air like a persistent fog. While the immediate chaos had settled, the school buzzed with a new energy. Jake had become quieter, more introspective, and surprisingly kinder. The change in him was palpable, but it left me with a gnawing sense of unease. Had I gone too far? These thoughts weighed heavily on my mind as I walked home from school that Friday. The crisp autumn air nipped at my cheeks, leaves crunching underfoot. As I turned onto my street, I noticed Mr. Johnson, our elderly neighbor, shuffling down his driveway to collect his mail. Something about his posture, the slump of his shoulders, and the heaviness in his steps made me pause. Mr. Johnson had always been a cheerful presence in the neighborhood, quick with a joke or a friendly wave. But lately, he seemed diminished. "Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson," I called out, approaching his fence. He looked up, startled, as if he hadn't noticed me. "Oh, hello there, Michael," he replied, his voice lacking its usual warmth. "How are you, son?" "I'm fine, sir," I said, studying his face. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his smile seemed forced. Are you doing okay?" Mr. Johnson's facade cracked for a moment, a flicker of sadness crossing his features before he composed himself. "Oh, you know how it is, just getting old, I suppose. Nothing to worry about." But there was something in his tone, a deep weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. As he turned to go back inside, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. That evening, as I helped Mom with dinner, I couldn't stop thinking about Mr. Johnson. "Mom," I began hesitantly, "have you noticed anything different about Mr. Johnson lately?" Mom paused in her chopping, a concerned look crossing her face. "Now that you mention it, he hasn't been his usual cheerful self. I heard from Mrs. Roberts next door that he's been struggling since his wife passed away last year. Apparently, he's been diagnosed with depression." The word hit me like a physical blow. Depression. It seemed so at odds with the jolly Mr. Johnson I'd known all my life. "Isn't there anything we can do to help?" I asked, feeling helpless. Mom smiled sadly. "Depression isn't something that can be easily fixed, honey. It's a real illness that often requires professional help. But being kind and supportive can make a difference." As she turned back to her cooking, an idea began to form in my mind. I thought of the magical cookbook hidden in my room, of the recipes that could do extraordinary things. Surely there had to be something in there that could help Mr. Johnson. That night, after my parents had gone to bed, I crept down to the kitchen with the cookbook tucked under my arm. I flipped through the pages, searching for anything that might lift spirits or chase away sadness. Finally, my eyes landed on a recipe titled Sorrow-Lifting Soup. The description promised to warm the heart, lighten the spirit, and remind the eater of life's simple joys. My heart raced as I read through the ingredients. Most were ordinary enough: chicken broth, vegetables, herbs, but there were a few unusual additions. A teardrop of empathy, a ray of morning sunshine, and the echo of a cherished memory. I set to work, moving as quietly as possible to avoid waking my parents. As I chopped vegetables and stirred the broth, I focused all my thoughts on Mr. Johnson, on my desire to help him feel better. I thought of all the times he'd made me laugh, of the kindness he'd shown to everyone in the neighborhood. When it came time to add the magical ingredients, I closed my eyes, concentrating hard. I thought of how it must feel to lose someone you love, to feel alone and sad. A single tear rolled down my cheek and dropped into the pot. For the sunshine, I remembered the warmth of a perfect summer day, the kind that makes you feel alive and full of possibility. And for the cherished memory, I recalled the sound of Mr. Johnson's hearty laugh, the way it used to ring out across the street during neighborhood barbecues. As I stirred these intangible ingredients into the soup, the kitchen filled with a warm, comforting aroma that seemed to wrap around me like a hug. When I finally tasted a spoonful, I felt a surge of hope and contentment that brought tears to my eyes. The next morning I woke up early, filled a thermos with the soup, and headed over to Mr. Johnson's house. My hand shook slightly as I rang the doorbell, suddenly nervous about how he might react. After a long moment, the door creaked open. Mr. Johnson stood there, looking tired and slightly confused. "Michael, what brings you here so early on a Saturday?" I held out the thermos, trying to keep my voice steady. "Good morning, Mr. Johnson. I made some soup and thought you might like some." He blinked, surprised. "That's very kind of you, son, but you didn't have to do that." "I wanted to," I insisted. "It's a special recipe, my grandmother's. It always makes me feel better when I'm down." Something in my words seemed to reach him. His expression softened and he opened the door wider. "Well, I suppose I could use a good bowl of soup. Would you like to come in?" I nodded, following him into the house. The interior was dim and cluttered, so different from the tidy home I remembered from childhood visits. We made our way to the kitchen, where Mr. Johnson rummaged for bowls and spoons. As he poured the soup, I held my breath, hoping desperately that it would work its magic. Mr. Johnson took a cautious sip, then paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. "This is remarkable," he said, taking another spoonful. "What did you say was in this?" I shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. "Oh, the usual stuff, plus a little something extra." As Mr. Johnson continued to eat, I noticed a gradual change coming over him. The lines on his face seemed to soften, and a bit of color returned to his cheeks. By the time he finished the bowl, he was sitting up straighter, his eyes clearer and more focused. "You know, Michael," he said, his voice stronger than before, "I haven't felt this good in a long time. There's something almost magical about this soup." I smiled, warmth spreading through my chest. "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Johnson." We spent the next hour talking, really talking in a way we never had before. Mr. Johnson shared stories about his late wife, his eyes misting over with tears that seemed more sweet than bitter. He spoke of his struggles with loneliness and the weight of grief, but also of the good memories that the soup seemed to have awakened. As I got up to leave, Mr. Johnson stopped me at the door. "Thank you, Michael," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Not just for the soup, but for caring. Sometimes that's the best medicine of all." I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. As I walked home, I felt a mix of emotions swirling inside me. Joy at having helped Mr. Johnson, pride in using my gift for good, but also a creeping worry about the ethics of using magic without someone's knowledge. When I got home, I found Mom in the kitchen, a knowing look in her eye. "I saw you coming from Mr. Johnson's," she said. "Is everything okay?" I hesitated for a moment, then decided to be honest, or at least as honest as I could be. "I took him some soup," I said. "I thought it might cheer him up." Mom's face softened. "That was very thoughtful of you, Michael. Sometimes a small act of kindness can make a big difference." As I headed up to my room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking a fine line. The magic had helped Mr. Johnson, yes, but was it right to influence people's emotions without their consent, even if it was for their own good? I pulled out the cookbook, running my fingers over its worn cover. The power it contained was incredible, but also terrifying. As I thought about Mr. Johnson's renewed spirit, Jake's transformation, and all the possibilities that lay within these pages, I realized that my journey into magical cooking was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. And with each recipe, each magical dish, I would have to navigate the complex web of consequences that came with wielding such extraordinary power. The healing soup had shown me the potential for good, but it had also opened my eyes to the weighty responsibility that came with it. Little did I know, the challenges ahead would test not just my cooking skills, but my judgment, my ethics, and the very foundations of my understanding of magic and its place in the world. The success of the healing soup had filled me with a newfound confidence. Mr. Johnson's transformation was nothing short of miraculous, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride every time I saw him tending to his garden or chatting with neighbors, his old spark clearly reignited. But with this success came a dangerous sense of invincibility, a feeling that perhaps the rules didn't apply to me as strictly as I'd once thought. It was this mindset that led me to the fateful discovery of the fortune-favoring fudge recipe one rainy afternoon. I was flipping through the magical cookbook, daydreaming about all the good I could do, when the title caught my eye. "Guaranteed to bring a streak of good luck to whoever consumes it," I read aloud, my heart beginning to race. "The eater will find fortune smiling upon them in matters of chance and opportunity." My mind immediately jumped to the school lottery, a fundraiser that was coming up next week. The grand prize was a brand new laptop, something I had been coveting for months, but knew my parents couldn't afford. It's for a good cause, I reasoned with myself. The money goes to the school, and it's not like I'd be hurting anyone. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was gathering ingredients. The recipe called for rich chocolate, cream, and butter, but also more unusual components like a whisper of a shooting star and the gleam from a lucky penny. As I stirred the mixture, focusing on my desire for good fortune, I felt a familiar tingle in my fingers. The fudge seemed to shimmer slightly as I poured it into a pan to set. Just as I was putting the finishing touches on my creation, I heard the front door open. "Michael, are you home?" It was Sarah's voice. Panic surged through me. I quickly covered the fudge and shoved the cookbook under a pile of regular cookbooks. "In the kitchen," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. Sarah appeared in the doorway, her curly hair damp from the rain. "Hey, I thought we could work on our science project. What are you up to?" "Oh, just experimenting with a new recipe," I said, avoiding her eyes. Sarah's face lit up. "Ooh, can I try some?" "No," I said too quickly. Sarah raised an eyebrow, and I scrambled to recover. "I mean, it's not ready yet. Maybe later?" She gave me an odd look but shrugged it off. "Okay. Well, should we get started on the project then?" As we spread our materials across the kitchen table, I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the covered pan of fudge, guilt and excitement warring in my chest. "Michael? Hello, Earth to Michael." Sarah's voice snapped me back to attention. "Sorry, what?" She frowned. "Are you okay? You seem really distracted." I forced a smile. "Yeah, just thinking about the lottery, I guess." Sarah's eyes lit up. "Oh yeah. Are you going to buy a ticket? That laptop would be amazing for our video projects." The mention of the laptop sent another jolt of temptation through me. "Yeah, I was thinking about it," I said, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. We worked on our project for another hour, but my heart wasn't in it. When Sarah finally left, promising to see me at school tomorrow, I breathed a sigh of relief. Alone again, I uncovered the fudge. It had set perfectly, looking rich and inviting. My hand hovered over it, shaking slightly. Just one piece, I told myself, just to make sure it worked. I cut a small square and popped it into my mouth. The flavor was incredible, deep, complex chocolate with a hint of something I couldn't quite identify. As I swallowed, a warm feeling spread through my body, like liquid sunshine in my veins. That night I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Visions of the laptop danced in my head, along with all the possibilities it represented. But mixed with the excitement was a growing sense of unease. The next morning I slipped a piece of the fudge into my lunch bag before heading to school. As I approached the table where they were selling lottery tickets, I felt like everyone was watching me. "One ticket, please," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. As the teacher handed me my ticket, our eyes met. For a terrifying moment, I was sure she could see right through me, could somehow sense the magical fudge burning a hole in my pocket, but she just smiled. "Good luck, Michael." I mumbled a thank you and hurried away, my heart pounding. During lunch, I snuck away to a quiet corner of the schoolyard and quickly ate the piece of fudge, the rich flavor now tainted by my guilt. The rest of the week passed in a blur of anticipation and anxiety. I found myself jumping at small coincidences, finding a penny on the ground, a green light just as I reached a crosswalk, wondering if they were signs of the fudge's magic working. Finally, the day of the lottery drawing arrived. The entire school gathered in the gymnasium, a palpable excitement in the air. "All right, students," Principal Chen's voice boomed through the speakers. "It's time to draw our grand prize winner." As she reached into the big glass bowl of tickets, I held my breath. Time seemed to slow down as she unfolded the small piece of paper. "And the winner of our brand new laptop is..." She paused for dramatic effect. "Sarah Collins." The gym erupted in cheers. I sat there, stunned, as Sarah made her way to the stage, her face glowing with surprise and joy. As the crowd began to disperse, Sarah rushed over to me, laptop clutched to her chest. Can you believe it, Michael? I never win anything. I forced a smile. That's great, Sarah. Congratulations. She must have sensed something in my tone because her excitement dimmed a little. Hey, are you okay? You don't seem very happy. The concern in her voice was the final straw. All the guilt and shame I'd been holding back came crashing down on me. I need to tell you something, I said, my voice shaking. But not here. Can we go somewhere private? Sarah nodded, looking worried. We found an empty classroom and I closed the door behind us. What's going on, Michael? She asked. Taking a deep breath, I told her everything. About the cookbook, the magical recipes, the fortune-favoring fudge. As I spoke, Sarah's eyes grew wider and wider. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence. Then, to my surprise, Sarah started to laugh. What's so funny? I asked, bewildered. She shook her head, still chuckling. Oh, Michael, you went through all that, felt all that guilt, and I still won anyway. I blinked, the irony of the situation slowly sinking in. A smile tugged at my lips, and soon I was laughing too, the weight of the past week lifting from my shoulders. As our laughter subsided, Sarah's expression turned serious. But Michael, using magic like that, it's not right. Even if it had worked, it wouldn't have been fair to everyone else. I nodded, the last of my laughter fading. I know. I got carried away with the power of it all, I guess. I'm sorry. Sarah smiled, reaching out to squeeze my hand. I forgive you, but no more magical cheating, okay? Your gift is amazing, but it comes with responsibility. You're right, I said, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. From now on, I'll only use it to help others, not myself. As we left the classroom, Sarah nudged me with her elbow. Hey, want to come over after school and check out the new laptop? We can start planning our next video project. I grinned, feeling lighter than I had in days. Definitely. Walking home that afternoon, I reflected on how close I'd come to abusing my gift. The temptation had been strong, but in the end, doing the right thing felt infinitely better than any prize I could have won. I made a silent vow to myself and to Grandma's memory. From now on, I would use my magical cooking powers only for the benefit of others, never for personal gain. It wouldn't always be easy, but I knew it was the right path. As I reached my house, I could smell something delicious wafting from the kitchen. Mom was baking cookies, the old-fashioned, non-magical kind. And somehow at that moment, that seemed like the most wonderful magic of all. The weeks following the lottery incident passed uneventfully. I kept my promise to Sarah, using my magical cooking only for small acts of kindness, cookies that brought smiles to stressed-out classmates, muffins that gave my dad an extra boost of energy for his long workdays. But as time went on, I found myself feeling increasingly isolated. Keeping such a big secret was taking its toll. It was a crisp autumn day when everything changed. I was sitting alone at lunch, picking at my sandwich and eyeing the magical cookbook hidden in my backpack, when an unfamiliar voice broke through my thoughts. Is this seat taken? I looked up to see a girl I didn't recognize. She had wild, curly hair, bright green eyes, and a smattering of freckles across her nose. Her smile was tentative but warm. No, I stammered, caught off guard. Go ahead. She plopped down across from me, setting her tray on the table with a clatter. I'm Sarah, she said, extending her hand. I'm new here. Michael, I replied, shaking her hand. Welcome to Millbrook Middle. Sarah's eyes lit up. Oh, you're Michael. I've heard about you. You're the one who makes those amazing treats, right? The whole school's been buzzing about your baking. I felt a flutter of panic in my chest. Had word of my magical cooking somehow spread? I don't know about amazing, I said, trying to keep my voice casual. Just some family recipes, you know? Sarah leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Come on, you can tell me. What's your secret ingredient? For a wild moment, I considered telling her the truth. The words were on the tip of my tongue. Well, you see, my grandmother left me this magical cookbook, but common sense prevailed. Just a lot of practice, I guess, I said with a shrug. Sarah looked slightly disappointed but nodded. Well, whatever it is, it's working. Maybe you could teach me sometime? I love cooking, but I'm pretty hopeless at baking. The conversation flowed easily after that. We discovered a shared love of old sci-fi movies, debated the merits of various superhero franchises, and commiserated over the horrors of Mr. Peterson's pop quizzes. By the time the lunch bell rang, it felt like I'd known Sarah for years. Want to hang out after school? She asked as we gathered our things. I could use some help catching up in math. I hesitated for a moment, thinking of the magical recipe I'd been planning to try that afternoon. But looking at Sarah's hopeful face, I made a decision. Sure, I said. That sounds great. As the days passed, Sarah and I grew closer. She was funny, kind, and refreshingly direct. For the first time in months, I felt like I had someone I could really talk to. Well, almost. The secret of my magical cooking still hung between us, an invisible barrier I couldn't quite bring myself to cross. One afternoon, about a month after we'd met, Sarah and I were studying in my kitchen. I was absent-mindedly flipping through a regular cookbook, trying to decide what to make for a snack, when Sarah's voice broke through my concentration. "Michael," she said, her tone unusually serious. "Can I ask you something?" I looked up, a little startled by her tone. "Sure, what's up?" She bit her lip, seeming to wrestle with herself for a moment before blurting out, "Is there something you're not telling me?" My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Sarah sighed, running a hand through her curls. "It's just... sometimes I get the feeling there's this big part of your life you're keeping secret. And I get it if you don't want to tell me everything, we haven't known each other that long, but..." She trailed off, looking uncomfortable. I sat there, frozen. Part of me wanted to deny everything, to laugh it off and change the subject. But another part, a part that was tired of secrets and loneliness, urged me to tell the truth. "Sarah, I began, then stopped, unsure how to continue. She reached across the table, placing her hand on mine. "Hey, it's okay. Whatever it is, you can tell me. I promise I won't judge." I took a deep breath, my heart pounding. "Okay," I said. "But you have to promise to keep this a secret. I mean it, Sarah. No one can know." She nodded solemnly. "I promise." And so, I told her everything. About Grandma's magical cookbook, the recipes that could do impossible things, the way I'd been using it to help people. As I spoke, Sarah's eyes grew wider and wider. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence. Then, to my surprise, Sarah burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" I asked, feeling a mix of relief and indignation. She shook her head, still chuckling. "I'm sorry, it's just... I thought maybe you were in some kind of trouble or hiding some dark family secret, but magical cooking? That's amazing." I couldn't help but smile, her laughter infectious. "So you believe me? You don't think I'm crazy?" Sarah's laughter subsided and she looked at me with a mix of wonder and excitement. "Of course I believe you. I mean, it explains so much. The way your cookies always seem to cheer people up. How Mr. Johnson suddenly got better after you brought him soup. Can I see the cookbook?" I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I went to my backpack and carefully pulled out the worn leather volume. As I handed it to Sarah, I felt a strange mix of relief and anxiety. It was liberating to finally share my secret, but also terrifying to have it out in the open. Sarah handled the book reverently, her fingers tracing the embossed title. "This is incredible," she murmured. She looked up at me, her eyes shining. "Michael, do you realize what a gift this is? The good you could do with this?" I nodded, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "I've been trying to use it to help people, but it's not always easy to know what the right thing to do is." Sarah's face grew serious. I can imagine. It must be a huge responsibility. She paused, then added softly, "Thank you for trusting me with this." We spent the rest of the afternoon poring over the cookbook together. Sarah's enthusiasm was contagious, and I found myself seeing the recipes with fresh eyes. She had ideas I'd never considered, using the courage custard to help kids stand up to bullies, or the memory meringue to assist elderly people with dementia. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the kitchen, Sarah finally closed the cookbook. "This is all so incredible," she said. "But Michael, we need to be careful. If the wrong people found out about this..." I nodded, the reality of the situation sinking in. "I know. That's why I've been keeping it a secret. Well, until now." Sarah reached out and squeezed my hand. "I'm glad you told me, and I promise your secret is safe with me. We're in this together now." As Sarah left that evening, I felt a mix of emotions swirling inside me. Relief at finally having someone to share my secret with, excitement about the possibilities Sarah's fresh perspective had opened up, but also a nagging worry. Had I done the right thing in telling her? Could I truly trust her with something this big? But as I watched her walk down the street, turning to wave before she rounded the corner, I felt my doubts begin to fade. Something told me that this was the start of a new chapter in my magical cooking adventure, one that would be all the richer for having a friend to share it with. Little did I know the challenges ahead would test not only my magical abilities, but also the strength of this new friendship in ways I could never have imagined. The weeks following my revelation to Sarah were filled with a new kind of excitement. Having someone to share my secret with made the world of magical cooking feel even more vibrant and full of possibility. We spent countless hours after school, huddled over the cookbook, discussing potential recipes and their applications. It was on a particularly chilly Tuesday afternoon that our enthusiasm would lead us into dangerous territory. The school was abuzz with preparations for the upcoming fall festival, and Sarah had a brilliant idea. "What if we used the Blissful Brownies recipe for the bake sale?" she whispered excitedly as we walked to our lockers after the last bell. "Think about it, Michael. We could spread joy to the whole school." I hesitated, torn between the allure of her suggestion and the nagging voice of caution in my head. "I don't know, Sarah. Using magic on such a large scale, it could be risky." She rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure? We'll be careful, I promise." Against my better judgment, I found myself nodding. "All right, but we have to be extra cautious." We made our way to the school kitchen, which was mercifully empty thanks to a last-minute staff meeting. I pulled the cookbook from my backpack, laying it open on the counter. "Okay," I said, scanning the recipe. "We'll need to quadruple the ingredients to make enough for the whole school." Sarah was already gathering mixing bowls and measuring cups. "This is going to be amazing," she grinned. We set to work, falling into an easy rhythm. I measured out the magical ingredients, a pinch of pixie dust, a drop of liquid laughter, while Sarah handled the more mundane components. The kitchen filled with the rich aroma of chocolate and the subtle, shimmering scent of magic. We were so engrossed in our task that we didn't hear the approaching footsteps until it was almost too late. "Hello? Is someone in here?" Mrs. Thompson's voice called from the hallway. Panic surged through me. I looked at Sarah, seeing my own fear reflected in her eyes. "The cookbook," she hissed. I lunged for it, but in my haste I knocked it off the counter. It fell to the floor with a loud thud, pages splaying open. The footsteps quickened. "Who's there?" "Hide it," I whispered urgently to Sarah, frantically trying to salvage our brownie mixture. Sarah scooped up the book and looked around wildly for a hiding place. At the last second, she shoved it into a nearby cupboard just as Mrs. Thompson rounded the corner. "Michael, Sarah, what are you two doing in here?" she asked, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. I plastered on what I hoped was an innocent smile. "Hi, Mrs. Thompson. We're just working on something for the fall festival bake sale." She raised an eyebrow, glancing at the mess of ingredients strewn across the counter. "I see. And you have permission to use the school kitchen?" Sarah jumped in smoothly. "Oh yes, we cleared it with Mr. Davis. He thought it was a great idea for us to get a head start on the preparations." Mrs. Thompson still looked skeptical, but she nodded slowly. "All right, just make sure you clean up thoroughly when you're done. And don't stay too late." "We won't," we chorused. As soon as she left, we both let out a deep breath. "That was too close," I said, my heart still racing. Sarah nodded, her face pale. "I'm sorry, Michael, you were right. This was too risky." I squeezed her shoulder reassuringly. "It's okay, no harm done. Let's just clean up and get out of here." We hurriedly packed away the ingredients, trying to erase all evidence of our magical cooking attempt. As I wiped down the counter, Sarah went to retrieve the cookbook from its impromptu hiding place. Suddenly she gasped. "Michael," she whispered, her voice tight with panic. "It's gone." "What?" I spun around, sure I had misheard. But Sarah's empty hands and terrified expression told me everything. The cookbook had vanished. The next hour was a blur of frantic searching. We combed every inch of the kitchen, looked in every cupboard, even checked the trash cans. But the cookbook was nowhere to be found. As the sun began to set outside the kitchen windows, we finally admitted defeat. "I don't understand," I said, slumping against the counter. "It couldn't have just disappeared." Sarah chewed her lip nervously. Unless someone took it." The implication hung heavy in the air between us. If someone had found the cookbook, if they realized what it was? "We need to find it," I said, my voice hardening with determination. "Whatever it takes." Sarah nodded, her eyes glinting with resolve. "We will. First thing tomorrow, we'll start asking around. Someone must have seen something." As we left the school, the weight of our predicament settled over us like a heavy cloak. The magical cookbook wasn't just a family heirloom or a collection of recipes. It was a powerful artifact, potentially dangerous in the wrong hands. "What if we can't find it?" Sarah asked softly as we reached the point where our paths home diverged. I squeezed her hand, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. "We will. We have to." That night, sleep eluded me. I tossed and turned, plagued by visions of the cookbook falling into the wrong hands. What if someone tried to use it for selfish purposes? What if they exposed the existence of magic to the world? By the time my alarm went off the next morning, I had formulated a plan. I met Sarah at her locker before first period, my voice low and urgent. "We need to split up," I said. "Cover more ground. You take the east wing, I'll take the west. Ask everyone if they saw anything unusual yesterday afternoon." Sarah nodded, her face set with determination. "Got it. And Michael, we'll find it. I promise." Throughout the day, we questioned classmates, teachers, even the janitorial staff. But no one seemed to have seen the cookbook or noticed anything out of the ordinary. By lunchtime, my nerves were frayed to breaking point. I picked at my food, unable to eat, my eyes constantly scanning the cafeteria for any sign of the missing book. "Any luck?" Sarah asked, sliding into the seat across from me. I shook my head dejectedly. "Nothing. You?" She sighed. "Same. But I did overhear something interesting. Apparently Jake was hanging around the kitchen after school yesterday." My head snapped up. "Jake, are you sure?" Sarah nodded. "Positive. Lily said she saw him lurking in the hallway when she was leaving chess club." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. Jake had been acting strangely ever since the truth-telling taffy incident. Could he have stumbled upon our secret? "We need to talk to him," I said, standing up abruptly. We found Jake by his locker, surrounded by his usual group of friends. As we approached, I noticed something odd about his backpack. It seemed fuller than usual. "Jake," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can we talk to you for a second?" He turned, his eyes widening slightly when he saw us. Sure. What's up?" I glanced meaningfully at his friends, and they took the hint, dispersing with a few curious backward glances. We heard you were near the kitchen after school yesterday, Sarah said, getting straight to the point. Jake's face flickered with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Guilt? Fear? Yeah, so? It's not a crime to walk down a hallway. I took a deep breath, deciding to take a risk. Jake, if you found something in the kitchen, something that might seem strange or impossible, we need you to give it back. It's important. For a moment, Jake's composure cracked. He glanced nervously at his backpack, then back at us. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Sarah stepped closer, her voice low and intense. Jake, please. You don't understand what you're dealing with. It could be dangerous. Jake's eyes darted between us, clearly wrestling with some internal conflict. Finally, his shoulders slumped in defeat. All right, he said softly. I found this weird book. I was going to return it, I swear. I was curious. Relief flooded through me as Jake unzipped his backpack and pulled out the familiar leather-bound volume. As I took it from him, I felt as though a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Thank you, I said sincerely. You did the right thing. As Jake walked away, Sarah turned to me, her eyes wide. That was too close, Michael. We can't let this happen again. I nodded, clutching the cookbook tightly. You're right. From now on, we need to be more careful. No more using it at school, no matter what. As we walked to our next class, the cookbook safely stowed in my backpack, I couldn't shake the feeling that this close call was just the beginning. The world of magical cooking had opened up to me in wonderful ways, but it had also brought new dangers and responsibilities. One thing was certain. Our adventures were far from over. And as I glanced at Sarah, seeing the mix of excitement and determination in her eyes, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. The excitement in Ms. Thompson's classroom was palpable as we gathered around for our weekly class meeting. The topic of discussion? Our upcoming community project. As the class representative, I sat at the front, my heart racing with anticipation. Ms. Thompson cleared her throat, silencing the chatter. All right, everyone. As you know, we've been tasked with organizing a fundraiser for the local homeless shelter. Any ideas? Hands shot up around the room, and a flurry of suggestions followed. Car wash, bake sale, talent show, the usual suspects. I found myself only half listening, my mind drifting to the weathered cookbook tucked safely in my backpack. Could I use it to help? Should I? Earth to Emma, Sarah's voice snapped me back to reality. What do you think? I blinked, realizing the entire class was staring at me expectantly. I stammered, my cheeks flushing. What about a bake sale? A collective groan filled the room. Boring, someone called out from the back. Wait, I said, an idea forming. Not just any bake sale. What if we did something really special? Unique flavors, fancy decorations, stuff people can't get anywhere else. Ms. Thompson's eyes lit up. That's not a bad idea, Emma. How do you propose we make it special? I bit my lip, choosing my words carefully. I have some old family recipes. They're pretty amazing. I could teach everyone. Sarah shot me a knowing look, a mix of excitement and wariness in her eyes. I gave her a subtle nod, silently promising to be careful. As the bell rang and everyone filed out, Sarah pulled me aside. Are you sure about this? She whispered. Using the you-know-what for the fundraiser? I nodded, determination settling in my chest. It's the perfect opportunity to do some real good, Sarah. Don't worry, I'll be careful. That night, I pored over Grandma's cookbook, searching for the perfect recipe. My fingers traced the faded ink until they landed on a page titled Compassion Cupcakes. The margin note read, "For opening hearts and inspiring generosity." Perfect. Over the next week, I spent every free moment perfecting the recipe. The kitchen became my laboratory, filled with the scent of vanilla and cinnamon and something else, a warm, indescribable aroma that seemed to wrap around you like a hug. Finally, the day of the bake sale arrived. Tables lined the school gymnasium, piled high with cookies, brownies, and pies. But the centerpiece was undoubtedly the tower of compassion cupcakes, their swirled frosting shimmering with an almost ethereal glow. As the doors opened and people began to flood in, I held my breath. Would it work? The first customer, Mr. Johnson from next door, approached our table. "Well, well," he said, eyeing the cupcakes suspiciously. "What do we have here?" "Compassion cupcakes, sir," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Would you like to try one? All proceeds go to the homeless shelter." He harumphed but took a cupcake, biting into it with a skeptical expression. As he chewed, something remarkable happened. His furrowed brow softened and a warm smile spread across his face. "My word," he murmured. "These are extraordinary. I'll take a dozen." As he walked away with his box of cupcakes, I overheard him talking to his wife. "You know, Margaret, I've been thinking, perhaps we should volunteer at the shelter this weekend." My heart soared. It was working. Throughout the day, I watched in awe as person after person tried the cupcakes. With each bite, I could almost see a spark of kindness ignite in their eyes. People were not only buying cupcakes, but also signing up to volunteer, donate clothes, and even offer job opportunities to shelter residents. Sarah sidled up to me, her eyes wide. "Emma, this is incredible. I've never seen anything like it." I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. "I know. It's more than I ever imagined." As the event wound down, Ms. Thompson approached us, beaming. "Girls, I don't know how you did it, but these cupcakes are a sensation. We've raised more money than all our previous fundraisers combined, and the shelter director just called to say they've been flooded with volunteer applications." Pride swelled in my chest. "That's wonderful, Miss Thompson. I'm so glad we could help." After she walked away, Sarah squeezed my arm. "You did it, Emma. You used the cookbook's magic to make a real difference." I smiled, warmth enveloping me as I surveyed the scene. Families were leaving with boxes of cupcakes, chatting excitedly about how they could help the community. The air was thick, with an almost tangible sense of compassion and generosity. As we began to clean up, a small girl approached our table, clutching a crumpled dollar bill. "Excuse me," she said shyly. "Do you have any cupcakes left?" I looked at the empty trays, my heart sinking. "I'm so sorry, sweetie. We're all sold out." Her face fell and I felt a tug in my chest. Then I remembered. I had saved one cupcake, hidden away in my backpack for later. Without hesitation, I retrieved it. "Actually," I said, kneeling down to her level, "I have one left. It's yours." Her eyes lit up as I handed her the cupcake. She took a bite, and I watched as that familiar warmth spread across her features. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with a wisdom beyond her years. "I'm going to share this with my little brother. He's always hungry." As she skipped away, I felt tears prick at my eyes. This was why Grandma had left me the cookbook, not for personal gain, but to spread a little magic and kindness in the world. Sarah put her arm around me. "You okay?" I nodded, wiping my eyes. "Yeah, just happy, you know." As we finished cleaning up, I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of purpose. The cookbook wasn't just a collection of magical recipes. It was a tool for change, for making the world a little bit better, one sweet treat at a time. That night, as I crawled into bed, exhausted but content, I whispered a quiet thank you to Grandma. Wherever she was, I hoped she was proud. This was just the beginning, I realized. With the cookbook's power and my determination, there was no limit to the good we could do. I fell asleep with a smile on my face, dreaming of a world made sweeter, kinder, and more compassionate, one magical cupcake at a time. The late afternoon sun filtered through the kitchen windows as I stood at the counter, Grandma's cookbook open before me. My fingers trembled with excitement as they traced the intricate script of a recipe I'd been eyeing for weeks. Weather-wielding waffles. "Are you sure about this, Emma?" Sarah asked, her voice tinged with concern. She leaned against the fridge, arms crossed. I nodded, unable to contain my grin. Come on, Sarah, imagine being able to control the weather. We could give the farmers the rain they need, or clear up a stormy day for the town picnic. Sarah sighed, but I could see the curiosity in her eyes. All right, but let's be careful. Remember what happened with the vanishing vanilla wafers? I shuddered at the memory. Trust me, I learned my lesson. This time, we'll follow the recipe exactly. As I gathered the ingredients, I couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Flour, eggs, milk, all normal so far. But then came the magical elements: a feather from a storm petrel, 3 drops of rainwater collected during a full moon, and a pinch of powdered lightning rod. Powdered lightning rod? Sarah raised an eyebrow. Where did you even get that? I grinned sheepishly. I may have snuck up to the school's roof during that big storm last week. Sarah's eyes widened. Emma, that's so dangerous. I know, but it was worth it. Now let's get cooking. We mixed the batter, my heart racing as I added each magical ingredient. The mixture began to shimmer and swirl, tiny sparks dancing across its surface. Whoa, Sarah breathed. It's beautiful. I nodded, pouring the batter into the waffle iron. As it began to cook, a faint rumble of thunder echoed through the kitchen. Did you hear that? I asked, excitement bubbling in my chest. Sarah nodded, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. Emma, maybe we should... But her words were cut off as the waffle iron began to shake violently. Suddenly it burst open, and a gust of wind whipped through the kitchen, scattering papers and knocking over chairs. What's happening? Sarah yelled over the increasing roar of wind. I stared in shock as a miniature storm cloud formed above the waffle iron, growing larger by the second. I don't know, this isn't supposed to happen. Rain began to pour from the cloud, soaking us and the kitchen floor. Lightning crackled, leaving scorch marks on the ceiling. Emma, do something, Sarah shouted, ducking as a bolt of lightning nearly struck her. Panic gripped my heart as I frantically flipped through the cookbook. I'm trying. There's got to be a way to stop this. But as the storm grew, it became harder to focus. The wind howled, drowning out our voices. Hail began to pelt us, stinging our skin. We need to get out of here. Sarah grabbed my arm, trying to pull me towards the door. I resisted, my eyes still on the cookbook. No. If we leave, it could spread to the rest of the house, maybe even the whole town. Just then, a particularly violent gust of wind ripped the cookbook from my hands, sending it flying across the room. Pages scattered everywhere, becoming soaked and illegible in the downpour. No, I cried, diving to collect the pages. But it was useless. The ink ran, the secrets of generations disappearing before my eyes. Desperation clawed at me as the storm raged on. What had I done? How could I have been so reckless? Emma! Sarah's voice barely reached me through the chaos. Remember what your grandma's letter said. The magic isn't just in the book, it's in you. Her words cut through my panic like a ray of sunlight through storm clouds. Of course. I closed my eyes, trying to center myself amidst the magical maelstrom. I call upon the power within me, I shouted, my voice surprisingly steady. Weather, heed my command. Return to calm. Return to peace. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the winds began to die down. The rain lessened, becoming a light drizzle, then stopping altogether. The storm cloud shrank, condensing into a small, fluffy cumulus that floated gently down to rest in my outstretched hands. Sarah and I stood in stunned silence, surveying the damage. The kitchen was a disaster. Water everywhere, scorch marks on the walls and ceiling, and my precious cookbook in tatters. Emma? My mom's voice called from the front door. Is everything okay? We heard some strange noises. Panic flared in my chest again as I heard her footsteps approaching. Quick, I hissed to Sarah. Help me clean up. We scrambled to mop up water and hide the evidence of our magical mishap. Just as we shoved the last of the scattered cookbook pages into a drawer, my mom entered the kitchen. She stopped short, taking in our soaked appearances and the state of the room. What on earth happened here? I exchanged a quick glance with Sarah before plastering on what I hoped was a convincing smile. Oh, just a little cooking experiment gone wrong. The waffle iron kind of exploded. Mom's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Exploded? I nodded vigorously. Yep. Must have been a faulty wire or something. But don't worry, we've got it under control. We'll clean everything up, promise. She looked like she wanted to question us further, but after a moment she just sighed. All right, but be more careful next time, and maybe stick to toast for a while, okay? As soon as she left, Sarah and I collapsed against the counter, exhaling in relief. That was too close, Sarah whispered. I nodded, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. I can't believe I let things get so out of control. The cookbook, it's ruined. Sarah put a comforting hand on my shoulder. Hey, it's not all lost. You managed to stop the storm without the book, remember? Maybe this is a sign that you're ready to start creating your own magic. I smiled weakly, touched by her optimism. Maybe, but first we've got a lot of cleaning to do. As we set about restoring the kitchen, I couldn't shake the memory of the power I'd felt coursing through me as I calmed the storm. It was exhilarating and terrifying all at once. Sarah, I said, pausing in my mopping. I think I need to be more careful with this magic. It's more powerful than I realized, and if I'm not careful, someone could get hurt. She nodded solemnly. I agree. But Emma, you shouldn't give up on it either. Think of all the good you could do. I thought about the compassion cupcakes and how they had helped our community. You're right. I just need to be more responsible. No more weather magic until I've had a lot more practice. As we finished cleaning, I fished the little cloud out of my pocket where I'd hastily stashed it. It puffed contentedly in my palm, a reminder of both the dangers and the wonders of my magical inheritance. What are you going to do with that? Sarah asked. I smiled, an idea forming. I think Mr. Johnson's roses could use a little rain, don't you? We shared a laugh as I released the cloud out the window, watching it drift towards our neighbor's garden. It was a small act of magic, but it felt right, helpful without being overwhelming. That night, as I pieced together what I could of the cookbook, I made a silent vow. I would honor Grandma's gift by using it wisely, always striving to help others while respecting the power I'd been given. The weather-wielding waffles had taught me a valuable lesson, one I wouldn't soon forget. As I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard Grandma's voice on the wind, whispering, "Well done, my dear. You're learning." The school bell rang, signaling the end of another day. I rushed to my locker, eager to get home and experiment with a new recipe I'd discovered in Grandma's cookbook. As I rounded the corner, my heart stopped. There, hunched over my open locker, was Sarah, my best friend, the only person besides my family who knew about the magical cookbook. And she was rifling through my backpack, the ancient tome clutched in her hands. Sarah? My voice came out as a strangled whisper. She whirled around, her face a mask of guilt and fear. Emma, I can explain. But I was already rushing forward, snatching the cookbook from her grasp. What are you doing? How could you? Sarah's eyes filled with tears. Please, Emma, I need it. Just for a little while. I clutched the book to my chest, betrayal burning in my throat. Need it? It's not yours to take. I trusted you. I know, Sarah pleaded, reaching out to me. But my mom, she's sick, Emma. Really sick. The doctors say there's nothing more they can do. The words hit me like a physical blow. I knew Sarah's mom had been ill, but I had no idea it was this serious. Still, the hurt of betrayal stung sharply. Why didn't you just ask me? I demanded, my voice cracking. Sarah wiped at her tears. I didn't know how. And I was afraid you'd say no. The book is so precious to you, and after the waffle incident, I flinched at the memory of our magical mishap. So you decided to steal it instead? I'm sorry, Sarah whispered. I was desperate. I thought if I could just find the right recipe, maybe I could help her. The anger drained out of me, replaced by a complicated mix of empathy and wariness. I sighed, closing my locker. Come on. Let's go somewhere we can talk privately. We made our way to the old oak tree behind the school, our special spot since elementary school. As we sat beneath its sprawling branches, I finally broke the silence. Tell me everything, I said softly. Sarah took a shaky breath. Mom's cancer. It's spread. The chemo isn't working anymore, and the doctors say she has maybe 6 months left. Her voice broke on the last word. My heart ached for her. Oh, Sarah, why didn't you tell me sooner? She shrugged helplessly. I didn't want to believe it. And then, when I saw how powerful your magic could be, I thought maybe it could save her. I looked down at the cookbook in my lap, tracing its worn cover. Sarah, I want to help, I do, but we have to be careful. This isn't like baking cookies or calming a storm. We're talking about life and death. Sarah nodded, hope flickering in her eyes. So, you'll help me? I hesitated. The responsible part of me knew how dangerous this could be. But looking at my best friend's tear-stained face, how could I refuse? We'll look, I said carefully. But Sarah, I need you to promise me something. No more sneaking around or trying to steal the book. If we do this, we do it together. And if I say it's too dangerous, we stop. Agreed? Agreed, Sarah said quickly, relief washing over her face. Thank you, Emma. You have no idea what this means to me. Over the next few weeks, Sarah and I pored over the cookbook every chance we got. We searched for anything that might help. Healing broths, restorative teas, strength-giving breads. Each recipe we tried brought a small improvement to Sarah's mom, but nothing substantial enough to turn the tide of her illness. One evening, as we sat surrounded by failed attempts and discarded ingredients, Sarah broke down. It's not working, she sobbed. We're running out of time and nothing's working. I put my arm around her, my own eyes stinging with tears. We can't give up, Sarah. There has to be something we're missing. As if in answer to my words, a gust of wind blew through the open window, ruffling the pages of the cookbook. It settled on a page we'd overlooked before, titled, Essence of Life Elixir. Sarah and I exchanged a look of cautious hope. The recipe was complex, calling for rare ingredients and precise timing. But the description promised renewal of life's spark and healing of deepest ailments. This is it, Sarah breathed. It has to be. I nodded slowly, a mix of excitement and trepidation swirling in my stomach. It's going to be challenging. Some of these ingredients, I'm not even sure where to find them. We'll find a way, Sarah said, determination hardening her voice. We have to. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. We scoured herb shops, begged favors from my magical contacts, and even ventured into the forbidden section of the city library for some of the more arcane components. Finally, on a moonless night, we gathered in my kitchen to brew the elixir. The air hummed with potential as we carefully followed each step. Stir 3 times widdershins, I read from the book. Then add a drop of morning dew collected from a spider's web. Sarah complied, her hand steady despite the stakes. As the final ingredient went in, the mixture began to glow with an otherworldly light. Is it supposed to do that? Sarah whispered. I nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at me. I think so. Now we just need to... But before I could finish, the glow intensified, becoming almost blindingly bright. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and the mixture began to bubble violently. Emma, Sarah's voice was tight with fear. What's happening? I don't know, I cried, frantically flipping through the cookbook. This isn't in the instructions. Suddenly the pot exploded, sending glowing liquid flying everywhere. Sarah and I ducked, narrowly avoiding being splashed. As the chaos subsided, we slowly stood, surveying the damage. The kitchen was a mess, scorch marks and glowing residue everywhere. And in the center of it all, where the pot had been, sat a small shimmering vial. With trembling hands, I picked it up. I think this is it. The essence of life elixir. Sarah's eyes widened. We did it, she breathed. Then, more urgently, we have to get this to my mom. Now. We rushed to the hospital, sneaking past nurses and orderlies until we reached Sarah's mom's room. She lay there, pale and thin, machines beeping softly around her. Sarah approached the bed, the vial clutched tightly in her hand. Mom, she said softly, I brought you some medicine, special medicine. Her mom's eyes fluttered open, a weak smile crossing her face. Sarah, honey, you shouldn't be here so late. It's okay, Mom, Sarah assured her, helping her sit up. Just drink this, please. As Sarah's mom sipped the elixir, I held my breath. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, color began to return to her cheeks. Her breathing eased, and the lines of pain on her face softened. I feel better, she said, wonder in her voice. What was that? Sarah and I exchanged a look of pure joy and relief. Just a little home remedy, Sarah said, squeezing her mom's hand. Get some rest now, okay? As we left the hospital, giddy with success, I turned to Sarah. We did it. We really did it. She nodded, tears of happiness shining in her eyes. Thank you, Emma, for everything. I'm so sorry I ever doubted you or tried to go behind your back. I hugged her tightly. I understand why you did it. Just promise me, no more secrets between us, okay? We're in this magical journey together. Sarah hugged me back. I promise. No more secrets. As we walked home under the starry sky, I felt a profound sense of the power and responsibility we held. We had saved a life tonight. But more than that, we had reaffirmed the strength of our friendship and the importance of trust. I knew there would be more challenges ahead, more difficult choices to make. But with Sarah by my side, and the knowledge that we could use our magic to truly help people, I felt ready to face whatever came next. The betrayal had led to a breakthrough, and in the end, our bond was stronger than ever. As Grandma had written in the cookbook's margins, magic is strongest when shared with a trusted friend. Tonight, I understood exactly what she meant. The shrill ring of my phone jolted me awake. Groggily, I fumbled for it on my nightstand, squinting at the caller ID. Sarah. Hello, I mumbled, still half asleep. Emma. Sarah's panicked voice cut through my drowsiness like a knife. Turn on your computer now. Confused and alarmed, I stumbled out of bed and over to my desk. Sarah, what's going on? It's 6 a.m. on a Saturday. Just do it, she insisted. Go to MeTube and search for Magic Girl at Westfield High. My blood ran cold as I typed in the search terms. The top result had over 1 million views already, despite being uploaded just hours ago. With trembling fingers, I clicked play. Horror froze my blood as the grainy video began. It showed me in the school kitchen, clearly identifiable despite the poor quality. I watched in disbelief as on-screen Emma mixed ingredients in a bowl, muttering what was clearly an incantation. Suddenly, the bowl levitated, spinning in midair as a soft glow emanated from its contents. Oh no, I whispered, my free hand covering my mouth. No, no, no. Emma? Are you watching it? Sarah's voice seemed to come from far away. I nodded, forgetting she couldn't see me. Yes. I finally managed to choke out. Sarah, this is bad. This is really, really bad. I know, she said, her voice thick with worry. What are we going to do? I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Come over. Now. We need to figure this out. 30 minutes later, Sarah and I sat on my bed, the damning video playing on loop on my laptop. Who could have filmed this? Sarah wondered aloud. And why post it now? I shook my head, still in shock. I don't know, I was so careful, or at least I thought I was. Just then, My phone buzzed with a text, then another and another. Soon, it was vibrating non-stop. "It's starting," I said, my voice hollow. "Everyone's seeing it." Sarah squeezed my hand. "It'll be okay, Emma. We'll figure something out." But as the day wore on, it became clear that this was bigger than we could have imagined. The video spread like wildfire, picked up by local news stations and then national ones. Hashtags like Magic Girl and Westfield Witch trended on social media. My phone was flooded with messages from classmates, ranging from awe to fear to accusations of fakery. By Sunday evening, there was a news van parked outside my house. "This is insane," I said, peeking through the curtains at the reporter setting up for a live broadcast. "What are we going to do?" Sarah paced the room, brow furrowed in thought. "We need to discredit the video somehow. Make people think it's fake." I turned to her, hope flickering in my chest. "But how? It looks pretty real to me." A sly grin spread across Sarah's face. "Well, if we can't convince them it's fake, maybe we can convince them it's too real." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Special effects, Emma," Sarah exclaimed. "We'll say it was all done with computers and clever editing, a project for film class or something." The more I thought about it, the more brilliant it seemed. "Sarah, you're a genius, but we'll need help to pull this off." "Leave that to me," Sarah winked. "I know just the person." The next morning, we met with Derek, the school's resident tech whiz, in the AV room before classes started. "So, let me get this straight," Derek said, looking between us skeptically. "You want me to claim I helped you create that viral video using special effects?" I nodded eagerly. "Exactly. You're the most tech-savvy person in school. If you say you did it, everyone will believe you." Derek leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. "And what's in it for me?" Sarah and I exchanged glances. We hadn't thought that far ahead. Our eternal gratitude?" I offered weakly. Derek chuckled. "Nice try, but I think I have a better idea. You two are pretty good at baking, right? How about you supply me with treats for the next month? My YouTube channel could use some tasty-looking props." Relief washed over me. "Deal." With Derek on board, our plan quickly took shape. He put together a convincing behind-the-scenes video, showing how the special effects were achieved. Meanwhile, Sarah and I prepared a statement explaining that the whole thing had been an experiment in viral marketing for Derek's channel. As we stood outside the school that afternoon, ready to face the horde of reporters that had gathered, I felt a mix of nervousness and exhilaration. "Ready?" Sarah whispered, giving my hand a squeeze. I took a deep breath and nodded. "As I'll ever be." We stepped forward and immediately microphones were thrust in our faces. "Emma, is it true you possess magical powers? Were you attempting to cast a spell in that video? Are you a witch?" I held up my hands, calling for quiet. Once the clamor died down, I spoke, my voice steadier than I felt. "I appreciate everyone's interest, but I can assure you there's nothing magical about me," I said with a self-deprecating laugh. "The video you've all seen was part of a school project on viral marketing and special effects." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A reporter from Channel 5 pushed forward. "But the video looks so real. How can you explain that?" This was Derek's cue. He stepped up, tablet in hand. "That would be thanks to me," he said, his voice oozing confidence. "I'm something of a special effects wizard myself, though my magic is all digital." He proceeded to show his meticulously crafted behind-the-scenes video, explaining each step of the supposed effects process. I had to admire his creativity. If I hadn't known the truth, I might have believed it myself. As Derek fielded technical questions, I noticed the crowd's mood shifting. Disappointment replaced excitement. Skepticism overcame wonder. Our plan was working. Finally, a reporter from the local paper raised her hand. "So this was all just a hoax? A school project?" I nodded, trying to look appropriately sheepish. "We never expected it to go this viral. We're sorry for any confusion or alarm we might have caused. The press conference wound down after that, the reporters seemingly satisfied with our explanation. As the crowd dispersed, Sarah, Derek, and I shared a look of relief. "I can't believe that worked," I whispered as we headed back into the school. Sarah grinned. Never underestimate the power of a good story and a little movie magic. Over the next few days, our explanation took hold. News outlets ran stories about the Westfield High hoax, praising the creativity of the students involved. Derek's YouTube channel saw a surge in subscribers, and the school even received calls from film schools interested in our project. A week after the video first appeared, life had largely returned to normal. Sarah and I sat in my kitchen, celebrating our narrow escape with a batch of non-magical cookies. "You know," Sarah said, licking chocolate from her fingers, "in a way, this whole thing was kind of exciting, like we were secret agents or something." I laughed, but it was tinged with nervousness. "Maybe, but it was too close for comfort. We need to be more careful from now on." Sarah nodded solemnly. "Agreed. No more magic at school?" "No more magic at school," I confirmed. "And we should probably lay low for a while just to be safe." As we continued to chat and munch on cookies, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and unease. We dodged a bullet this time, but the incident had shown just how precarious our secret was. One slip, one moment of carelessness, and everything could come crashing down. But looking at Sarah, seeing the trust and companionship in her eyes, I knew we could face whatever challenges came our way. We'd turned a potential disaster into a triumph, all while keeping the true magic hidden. As the sun set outside, casting a warm glow through the kitchen window, I made a silent vow. I would continue to explore and develop my magical abilities, but with even greater caution and responsibility. The world wasn't ready for real magic just yet, but someday, when the time was right, perhaps that would change. For now, though, I was content to keep the magic between us, a wonderful secret shared with my best friend. After all, isn't that the most magical thing of all? The savory aroma of herbs and spices filled the air as I carefully stirred the bubbling pot on the stove. Home economics class was in full swing, and today's assignment was to create an original soup recipe. I smiled to myself, confident in my creation. After all, with my magical culinary background, how could I not excel? "All right, class." Mrs. Pendleton clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. 5 more minutes, then we'll begin tasting and judging." I gave my soup one final stir, certain it would be the best in class. That's when I noticed him. The new kid, Alex, working at the station next to mine. His movements were quick and precise, his expression one of intense concentration. Curious, I leaned over slightly to get a better look at his creation. The rich golden color of his broth caught my eye, along with an assortment of vegetables I couldn't quite identify. As if sensing my gaze, Alex looked up, flashing a confident grin. "Looks like we might have some real competition today," he said, nodding towards my pot. I felt a flicker of annoyance at his presumption. "We'll see," I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral. As Mrs. Pendleton made her way around the room, tasting each student's creation, the tension in the air grew thick. Finally, she reached my station. Very nice, Emma," she said after sampling my soup. "A lovely balance of flavors. You've really outdone yourself this time." Pride swelled in my chest, but it was short-lived. Mrs. Pendleton moved on to Alex's station, and her eyes widened as she tasted his soup. "My word, Alex," she exclaimed. "This is extraordinary. What did you say this was called again?" Alex beamed. "It's a family recipe. Golden sunrise soup. The secret is in the blend of exotic spices and a special broth passed down through generations." I couldn't believe my ears. How could this newcomer possibly outshine me in the kitchen? The one place where my magical advantage had always ensured my success? As the class ended and Mrs. Pendleton announced Alex as the winner, jealousy burned in my gut. I packed up my things, my mind racing. I had to find a way to prove I was still the best chef in school. Over the next few weeks, a fierce but unspoken rivalry developed between Alex and me. In every cooking class, we pushed ourselves to new heights, each trying to outdo the other. And to my dismay, Alex managed to match me recipe for recipe. One afternoon, as I furiously chopped vegetables for yet another competition dish, Sarah approached my workstation. "Emma," she said softly, concern evident in her voice. "Don't you think this is getting a bit intense?" I paused, knife hovering over a carrot. "What do you mean?" Sarah sighed. "I mean this obsession with beating Alex, it's not like you, and, well, I'm worried you might be tempted to use, your special skills." I felt a flash of guilt. The thought had crossed my mind more than once. "I wouldn't," I assured her, though even I could hear the lack of conviction in my voice. Just then, Alex walked by, carrying a tray of perfectly formed pastries. "Hey, Emma," he called out cheerfully. "Good luck today." As he passed, I caught a whiff of his creation, a mouth-watering blend of butter, sugar, and something else I couldn't quite place. My resolve wavered. That night, I found myself poring over Grandma's cookbook, searching for a recipe that would guarantee my victory in tomorrow's bake-off. My finger traced the lines of an intriguing entry. "Triumph tarts. Ensure success in any contest of skill." The recipe seemed simple enough, and the magical element was subtle. Surely using just a pinch of enchanted cinnamon wouldn't be too bad, right? As I gathered the ingredients, a battle raged within me. Was I really going to stoop this low? Use magic to win a simple school competition? Before I could talk myself out of it, I heard a soft knock at my bedroom door. "Emma?" My mom's voice called out. "Can I come in?" Hastily, I shoved the cookbook under my pillow. "Sure, Mom." She entered, a concerned look on her face. "Honey, is everything okay? You've seemed distracted lately." I sighed, the weight of my internal conflict suddenly feeling too heavy to bear alone. "It's just, there's this new kid in my cooking class, Alex. He's really good, Mom. Maybe even better than me." Mom sat on the edge of my bed, her expression softening. "And that bothers you?" I nodded, feeling a bit ashamed. "I know it shouldn't. But cooking has always been my thing, with the cookbook and everything. I guess I just got used to being the best." Mom was quiet for a moment, then said, "Your grandmother faced a similar situation once." My eyes widened in surprise. "She did?" Mom nodded. "Back when she was about your age, a new family moved to town and their daughter was quite the baker. Your grandma felt threatened, just like you do now." "What did she do?" I asked, leaning forward eagerly. "Well, at first she was tempted to use her magic to outdo this girl, but in the end she realized something important." Mom paused, making sure she had my full attention. "True skill, true passion, they don't come from magic. They come from here." She placed a hand over her heart. "Your grandma decided to challenge herself to improve without magic. And you know what? Not only did she become an even better baker, but she and that girl ended up becoming lifelong friends." I sat back, letting her words sink in. The guilt I'd been feeling about considering using magic ebbed away, replaced by a new sense of determination. "Thanks, Mom," I said, giving her a hug. "I think I know what I need to do now." The next day, I approached Alex before class started. "Hey," I said, feeling a bit awkward. "I just wanted to say, your cooking is really impressive." Alex looked surprised, then pleased. "Thanks, Emma. That means a lot coming from you. You're kind of a legend in the cooking circuit around here." I felt my cheeks warm at the compliment. "Listen, I was wondering, would you maybe want to practice together sometime? We could swap recipes, techniques." Alex's face lit up. "Are you kidding? That would be amazing. I've been wanting to ask you the same thing, but I wasn't sure if you'd be interested." As we chatted, I felt the last of my jealousy and resentment melting away. By the time class started, We were laughing and sharing stories about kitchen disasters. The bake-off that day was unlike any before. Instead of fierce competition, there was a spirit of camaraderie in the air. Alex and I still gave it our all, but we also found time to compliment each other's work and share tips. In the end, we tied for first place. As we stood together, accepting our joint award, I realized that this victory felt sweeter than any I'd won alone. That afternoon, as Alex and I cleaned up our workstations, he turned to me with a grin. "You know, Emma, I have to confess something. When I first got here, I was pretty intimidated by you." I raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You were?" He nodded. "Yeah, I'd heard all about the amazing Emma and her culinary skills. I pushed myself so hard because I wanted to prove I could keep up with you." I laughed, shaking my head. "And here I was, feeling threatened by you. I guess we were both being a bit silly, huh?" "Totally," Alex agreed. "But hey, it made us both better chefs, right?" As we left the classroom, plans already forming for our next cooking collaboration, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. I'd faced my insecurities and come out stronger, not because of magic, but because of my own skills and passion. I thought about the Triumph Tarts recipe, still hidden in my room. Maybe someday I'd try it out just for fun. But for now, I was content knowing that my true magic came from within, from my love of cooking, my creativity, and my willingness to learn and grow. As Alex and I parted ways, promising to meet up over the weekend to experiment with fusion cuisine, I couldn't help but smile. Grandma's cookbook had taught me a lot about magic, but today, I'd learned an equally valuable lesson about friendship, competition, and the joy of cooking from the heart. The aroma of Mom's famous lasagna wafted through the house as I made my way downstairs, my stomach growling in anticipation. Family dinner nights had become a rare treat since Dad's promotion, so I was looking forward to a quiet evening together. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard hushed voices coming from the kitchen. Curiosity piqued, I slowed my steps, straining to hear. "Don't know if she's ready, Helen." Dad's voice, tinged with worry, reached my ears. Mom's reply was soft but firm. "She's already discovered so much on her own, John. Don't you think it's time we told her the whole truth?" I froze, my heart racing. Were they talking about me? About the cookbook? Dad sighed heavily. I know. It's just... this legacy, it's a lot to bear. I wanted to protect her from it for as long as possible. Protect me from what? The words tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop them as I stepped into the kitchen doorway. My parents whirled around, identical looks of surprise and guilt on their faces. "Emma," Mom exclaimed, recovering first. We didn't hear you come down." I crossed my arms, looking between them. "What's going on? What legacy are you talking about?" Dad ran a hand through his graying hair, exchanging a glance with Mom. "I suppose we can't put this off any longer," he said quietly. Mom nodded, gesturing to the dining room. "Let's sit down, sweetheart. There's something we need to tell you." As we settled around the table, the lasagna forgotten, a tense silence fell over us. I clutched my hands in my lap, a mix of anticipation and dread swirling in my stomach. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. "Emma, what do you know about your grandmother's cookbook?" I blinked, surprised by the direct question. Well, I know it's magical, that the recipes can do amazing things." Mom leaned forward, her eyes intense. "And how long have you known this?" Since Grandma's funeral," I admitted, guilt coloring my voice. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I thought you wouldn't believe me, or that you'd take it away." To my surprise, Dad chuckled softly. "Oh, Emma, we've always known about the book. In fact, we've been waiting for you to discover its secrets." My jaw dropped. "What? But how?" Mom reached out, taking my hand in hers. "Because, sweetheart, that cookbook has been in our family for generations. Your grandmother wasn't the first to use it, and you won't be the last." The world seemed to tilt on its axis as the implications of her words sank in. So, you can do magic too? Dad shook his head. Not exactly. The magic, it chooses one person in each generation. For us, it was your grandmother, and now it seems it's chosen you. I sat back, my mind reeling. But why didn't you tell me? All this time, I've been sneaking around, trying to keep it a secret. We wanted to protect you, Mom said softly. This gift, it's wonderful, but it comes with great responsibility. We thought if we waited, let you discover it on your own, you'd be better prepared to handle it. Dad reached into his pocket, pulling out a worn, leather-bound journal. This was your great-grandfather's, he said, sliding it across the table to me. It contains the history of our family's magic, going back centuries. With trembling hands, I opened the journal. The pages were filled with cramped handwriting, diagrams, and what looked like family trees. My eyes widened as I recognized names, not just Grandma's, but Mom's, Dad's, and even my own at the very bottom. There's so much more to learn, Emma, Dad said gently. About the origin of the magic, the responsibilities it entails, the potential it holds. I looked up from the journal, my head spinning. I don't understand. If you knew all along, why act surprised when weird things happened? Like the storm in the kitchen or the compassion cupcakes? Mom smiled wryly. We had to play our parts, didn't we? It wasn't easy, pretending not to notice. But we wanted you to feel safe exploring your abilities without fear of our reaction. Besides, Dad added with a chuckle, some of your magical mishaps were pretty entertaining to watch. Despite the gravity of the situation, I felt a laugh bubble up inside me. So all those times I thought I was being so sneaky. We knew, Mom and Dad said in unison, grinning. As the initial shock wore off, 1,000 questions began to form in my mind. So, what exactly does this mean? Am I some kind of chosen one? Dad's expression turned serious. In a way, yes. But it's not as glamorous as it sounds. Our family has been entrusted with this magic for a purpose. To help others, to bring a little more light into the world. Your grandmother used her gifts to help the town through some of its darkest times, Mom added. During the Great Depression, her magical meals kept half the county fed, and during the war, her good luck charms brought many soldiers home safely. I thought about the compassion cupcakes, the healing soup for Mr. Johnson, all the small ways I'd used the magic to help others. I think I understand, I said slowly. But why keep it a secret from the world? Think of all the good we could do if everyone knew. Dad shook his head firmly. That's the greatest temptation and the greatest danger. Throughout history, those who have tried to reveal the magic to the world have met with disaster. People fear what they don't understand, Emma. And fear can turn even the purest magic into something dangerous. The weight of this revelation settled on my shoulders like a heavy cloak. So what happens now? I asked, my voice small. Mom squeezed my hand reassuringly. Now we help you. We teach you everything we know, everything that's been passed down through the generations, and you continue to learn, to grow, to find your own way of using this gift. Dad nodded, his eyes shining with pride. You've already shown remarkable intuition and responsibility with your powers, Emma. We couldn't be prouder of how you've handled this. Warmth bloomed in my chest at their words, but a niggling doubt remained. But what if I mess up? What if I can't live up to this legacy? Oh, sweetheart, Mom said, pulling me into a hug. Everyone messes up sometimes. Even your grandmother had her share of magical mishaps. The important thing is to learn from them and keep trying. As we sat there, the truth finally out in the open, I felt a strange mix of emotions: excitement, fear, pride, and an overwhelming sense of belonging. This wasn't just Grandma's legacy anymore, it was mine, a birthright I never knew I had. I have so much to learn, I murmured, running my fingers over the journal's worn cover. Dad smiled, reaching out to ruffle my hair like he used to when I was little. And we have so much to teach you. But for now, why don't we start with dinner? I don't know about you, but I'm starving. As if on cue, my stomach growled loudly, breaking the tension. We all burst into laughter, the weight of secrets finally lifted from our shoulders. Later that night, as I lay in bed surrounded by the journal, the cookbook, and a notebook filled with questions I couldn't wait to ask, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The magic that had once felt like a wonderful but isolating secret now tied me closer to my family than ever before. I thought about all the adventures that lay ahead, all the mysteries still to uncover. But more than that, I thought about the responsibility I now carried. To use this gift wisely, to help others, to continue a legacy generations in the making. As I drifted off to sleep, I could almost hear Grandma's voice, warm and encouraging. The greatest magic, my dear, is the love we share and the good we do for others. Never forget that. And I knew, whatever challenges lay ahead, I wouldn't face them alone. I had my family, my friends, and a whole history of magical wisdom to guide me. The future, with all its unknowns, had never looked brighter. The attic creaked ominously as I made my way through the dusty space, flashlight in hand. After learning about my family's magical legacy, Dad had mentioned some old artifacts stored up here that might help me understand our history better. As I rummaged through boxes of old photos and knickknacks, my light fell upon a small, ornate chest tucked away in a corner. My heart quickened as I recognized the same intricate symbols carved into its surface that adorned Grandma's cookbook. With trembling hands, I opened the latch. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay another cookbook. Unlike Grandma's worn, loved tome, this one was bound in dark leather, its pages crisp as if rarely used. I carefully lifted it out, blowing off a layer of dust. As I opened it, a chill ran down my spine. The recipes inside were unlike anything I'd seen before. Draft of Despair, Curse Cookies, Vengeance Vichyssoise, each title more ominous than the last. Emma, are you still up there? Mom's voice floated up from below, making me jump. Yeah, I called back, hastily shoving the dark cookbook into my backpack. Just finishing up. That night, I couldn't sleep. The dark cookbook seemed to call to me from across the room. Finally, unable to resist, I got up and retrieved it. As I pored over the pages, a mixture of fascination and dread filled me. The magic described here was powerful, far beyond anything I'd attempted before. And while part of me recoiled at the sinister nature of the recipes, another part whispered how useful they could be. After all, hadn't I used magic to teach the school bully a lesson? Wasn't that a form of vengeance? A soft knock at my door startled me out of my thoughts. Emma, Dad's voice came through. Can I come in? Panic flared in my chest. I quickly shoved the dark cookbook under my pillow. Sure, Dad. He entered, a concerned look on his face. You okay, kiddo? You seemed distracted at dinner. I forced a smile. Yeah, just processing everything, you know? It's a lot to take in. Dad sat on the edge of my bed, nodding sympathetically. I know it is. That's why I wanted to check on you. Any questions? Concerns? I hesitated, my hand unconsciously drifting towards the hidden cookbook. Actually, I was wondering, are there, different types of magic? Like, not just helpful stuff, but maybe darker things? Dad's expression grew serious. What makes you ask that? Just curious, I said quickly. I mean, if there's good magic, doesn't it stand to reason there'd be bad magic too? Dad was quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed. Finally, he sighed. You're right, Emma. There are darker aspects to our family's magic, but it's not something we practice or encourage. It's dangerous, unpredictable. I nodded, trying to look only mildly interested. Makes sense. Thanks, Dad. I think I'm going to try to get some sleep now. After he left, I pulled out the dark cookbook again, this time with a new sense of trepidation. I should tell Dad about it, I knew. but something held me back. Just a little more research, I told myself, just to understand. The next day at school, I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept drifting to the dark recipes, imagining their potential. During lunch, Sarah noticed my distraction. "Earth to Emma," she said, waving a hand in front of my face. "You okay? You've been staring at your sandwich for 5 minutes without taking a bite." I blinked, coming back to reality. "Oh, sorry, just thinking." Sarah leaned in, lowering her voice. "Magic stuff?" I nodded, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. "Sarah, what would you say if I told you there might be other kinds of magic, not just the helpful kind we've been doing?" Her eyes widened. "What do you mean, other kinds?" I bit my lip, wondering how much to reveal. Like, maybe magic that could, I don't know, get back at people who've wronged you, or make someone do what you want. Sarah's expression grew worried. "Emma, that sounds dangerous. Where is this coming from?" Before I could answer, a commotion erupted across the cafeteria. Alex, my former culinary rival turned friend, was on the ground, books scattered around him. Standing over him, laughing, was Drake, the school's notorious bully. Anger flared in my chest. Without thinking, I stood up, my hand slipping into my pocket where I'd stashed a hastily prepared retribution roll from the dark cookbook. "Emma, don't!" Sarah hissed, grabbing my arm. "Whatever you're thinking, it's not worth it." Her words cut through the haze of anger. I looked down at the innocent-looking roll in my hand, suddenly horrified at what I'd been about to do. I quickly shoved it back in my pocket. "You're right," I whispered, sitting back down. I don't know what I was thinking. As we watched a teacher break up the situation with Drake, Sarah turned to me, her expression serious. "Okay, spill. What's really going on?" I took a deep breath and told her everything, finding the dark cookbook, my fascination with it, the temptation I'd felt. Sarah listened without interrupting, her frown deepening with each word. "Emma," she said when I finished, "you have to get rid of that book. Or at least tell your parents about it. This isn't like your usual magic, it's corrupting you." "I know," I said miserably. "But part of me is afraid to let it go. What if we need it someday? What if there's a situation where only this kind of magic can help?" Sarah shook her head firmly. "That's the book talking. The Emma I know would never consider using magic to hurt others, no matter the reason." Her words hit home and I felt a wave of shame wash over me. "You're right. I'll tell my parents tonight. Maybe they'll know what to do with it." But when I got home and went to retrieve the dark cookbook from my backpack, my blood ran cold. It was gone. Panic rising, I tore through my room, searching everywhere. Nothing. Had I left it at school? Lost it somewhere? Or had someone taken it? As the implications of a missing book of dark magic sank in, I felt the weight of my mistake crushing down on me. I had to find it, and fast. But I couldn't do it alone. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone and dialed Sarah's number. "Sarah, we have a problem. The dark cookbook. It's missing." There was a moment of stunned silence on the other end. Then Sarah's voice, tight with worry. "I'll be right over. Don't do anything until I get there." As I waited for Sarah to arrive, pacing my room, my mind raced with possibilities. Who could have taken the book? What would they do with it? And how could I fix this mess I'd created? One thing was clear. I had to come clean to my parents. This was bigger than me now. A potential threat to not just our family's secret, but to anyone who might fall victim to the dark magic within those pages. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the difficult conversation ahead. Whatever consequences I faced, whatever disappointment I saw in my parents' eyes, I knew it was nothing compared to the danger of leaving that book in unknown hands. As I heard Sarah's knock at the front door, I squared my shoulders. It was time to face the music and make this right. After all, isn't that what real magic was about? Not power or vengeance, but taking responsibility and protecting others. With that thought, I headed downstairs, ready to confront the darkest challenge I'd faced yet in my magical journey. The school hallways were eerily quiet, as Sarah and I crept through them after hours. It had been 3 days since the dark cookbook disappeared, and we'd exhausted every other possibility. Now, we were following our last lead, a strange magical aura Sarah had sensed near the old science wing. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered, my heart pounding. Sarah nodded grimly. "Positive. There's definitely some kind of magic happening down here, and it doesn't feel right." As we rounded a corner, a faint glow caught our attention. It was coming from beneath the door of the abandoned chemistry lab. Sarah and I exchanged a nervous glance before I reached out and slowly turned the handle. The scene that greeted us sent chills down my spine. Alex, my former rival turned friend, stood in the center of the room, surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark energy. The missing cookbook lay open on a lab table before him, its pages fluttering in an otherworldly breeze. "Alex?" I called out, my voice shaking. "What are you doing?" He whirled around, and I gasped. His eyes, usually warm and friendly, now glowed with an unnatural purple light. A manic grin spread across his face. "Emma, Sarah, just in time for the show," he said, his voice distorted and echoing strangely. "I've discovered true power, beyond your petty kitchen magic. Want to see?" Before we could react, Alex raised his hands. The vortex around him pulsed, and suddenly, every beaker and test tube in the lab rose into the air, spinning dangerously. "Alex, stop," I pleaded. "This isn't you. It's the dark magic. It's corrupting you." He laughed, a chilling sound that made my skin crawl. "Corrupting me? No, Emma, it's freeing me. Do you know what it's like to always be second best? To work so hard and still be overshadowed? Well, not anymore." With a flick of his wrist, he sent the glassware hurtling towards us. Sarah and I dove in opposite directions, the beakers shattering against the wall where we'd been standing. "We need to stop him," Sarah said, her voice tight with fear. "Emma, you have to use your magic." I nodded, my mind racing. What could I use against this level of dark power? Then it hit me. Fight fire with fire, or in this case, food with food. "Cover me," I told Sarah, then turned to Alex. "All right, Alex. You want a magical duel? Let's do this. My recipes against yours." Alex's grin widened. "Oh, this will be fun." I dove for my backpack, thanking my lucky stars I'd packed some emergency magical ingredients. As Alex began chanting from the dark cookbook, I hastily mixed together a protection parfait. Just as Alex unleashed a wave of shadowy energy, I finished my concoction. "Shields of sweetness, rise," I called out, feeling slightly ridiculous but too desperate to care. To my amazement, a translucent barrier materialized before us, shimmering with a pearlescent glow. Alex's attack splashed against it harmlessly. His eyes narrowed. "Impressive. But can you do this?" He thumbed through the cookbook, then began mixing ingredients with frightening speed. Feast of fear. Take form. The room temperature plummeted as a mass of writhing shadows coalesced into the shape of a monstrous three-headed dog. It growled, dark mist seeping from between razor-sharp teeth. Sarah screamed, but I forced myself to stay calm. What could counter fear? The answer came to me in a flash of inspiration. "Quick, Sarah," I said, pulling more ingredients from my bag. "Help me make courage crepes." As the shadow beast advanced, Sarah and I worked in perfect sync, mixing, folding, and infusing the batter with every ounce of bravery we could muster. Just as the creature was upon us, I finished the final crepe. "Taste the flavor of fearlessness," I shouted, flinging the crepe like a frisbee. It sailed through the air, glowing golden, and struck the shadow beast square in the center chest. There was a moment of silence. Then the creature let out a whimper and dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. Alex's confident smirk faltered for the first time. No, this isn't possible." But I was already moving on to my next creation. As Alex frantically flipped through the dark cookbook, I whipped up a batch of truth-telling taffy. "Alex," I said, my voice gentle despite the chaos around us, I know you're in there somewhere. This isn't you. Remember who you are." With all my might, I flung the taffy towards him. It stretched in midair, wrapping around Alex like glowing ribbons. He struggled against it, but I could see the magic taking effect. The unnatural light in his eyes flickered. He stammered, confusion replacing anger on his face. Sensing an opportunity, I pressed on. "Alex, listen to me. You don't need dark magic to be special. You're already an amazing chef, a good friend. Remember our bake-off? How much fun we had working together?" Something shifted in Alex's expression. The purple glow in his eyes dimmed further. "Emma? What's happening? I feel so strange." Sarah stepped forward, her voice soothing. "It's okay, Alex. We're here to help you. Just let go of the dark magic. You're stronger than it is." For a moment, the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a heart-wrenching cry, Alex fell to his knees. The swirling vortex of dark energy collapsed in on itself, dissipating with a final, ominous rumble. As the oppressive atmosphere lifted, I rushed to Alex's side. He looked up at me, his eyes clear, but filled with tears. "Emma, Sarah, I'm so sorry," he sobbed. "I don't know what came over me. I found the book in your backpack and I couldn't resist. I was so tired of feeling second best, of never being good enough." I hugged him tightly, my own eyes welling up. "Oh, Alex, you've always been good enough. I'm sorry if I ever made you feel otherwise." Sarah joined our hug, creating a protective circle around Alex. "We're just glad you're okay. That book, it could have destroyed you." As we sat there on the floor of the trashed lab, the gravity of what had just happened began to sink in. I glanced at the dark cookbook still lying open on the table. "We need to destroy it," I said firmly. "This kind of power, it's too dangerous." Alex nodded weakly. "You're right. I thought it would make me special, but it just turned me into a monster." Sarah stood up, a determined look on her face. "I have an idea. Emma, do you think you could whip up some kind of, I don't know, purifying potion? Something to neutralize dark magic?" I thought for a moment, then smiled. "Even better. Grandma's cleansing cocoa. It's meant for spiritual purification, but I bet it would work on the book too." As I set about preparing the cocoa, using the last of my magical ingredients, Alex turned to me. "Emma, how did you resist the temptation when you first found the book?" I paused, considering the question. "I almost didn't," I admitted. But then I remembered what real magic is about. Helping others, bringing joy, making the world a little bit better. Dark magic might seem powerful, but it only destroys in the end. Alex nodded thoughtfully. "I think I understand now. Real power comes from within, from kindness and creativity, not from some shortcut in an evil cookbook." Once the cleansing cocoa was ready, we gathered around the dark cookbook. With a deep breath, I poured the shimmering liquid over its pages. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the book began to glow, softly at first, then with increasing brightness. We shielded our eyes as the light became blinding. When it finally faded, we looked back to find the dark cookbook transformed. Its leather binding had turned from black to a warm, rich brown, and the ominous symbols on its cover had been replaced by intricate designs of flowers and vines. "It worked," Sarah breathed in awe. I carefully opened the book, leafing through its pages. Where there had once been recipes for curses and revenge, now there were healing spells, protection charms, and recipes for spreading joy and kindness. "We did it," I said, a wave of relief washing over me. We turned the dark magic into light. As we stood there, marveling at our achievement, a new sense of purpose filled me. This was what our family's magical legacy was truly about, not just using our gifts, but protecting the world from the dangers of misused magic. Alex squeezed my hand. "Thank you, both of you, for saving me. I promise, from now on, I'll only use my cooking skills for good." Sarah grinned. "Well, there's still the little matter of cleaning up this lab and explaining everything to your parents, Emma." I groaned, but couldn't keep the smile off my face. One magical crisis at a time, please. But you're right. No more secrets. It's time to come clean about everything. As we began the daunting task of cleaning up, I felt a newfound appreciation for my magical heritage. We had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, wiser, and more united than ever before. Whatever challenges lay ahead, I knew we would face them together, armed with the most powerful magic of all: friendship, courage, and a really good recipe for cleansing cocoa. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to peek over the horizon when my phone erupted in a cacophony of alerts. Groggily, I fumbled for the device, my eyes widening as I read the stream of panicked messages from Sarah and Alex. "Get to the town square now. Magic gone wrong. Big trouble." I leapt out of bed, heart pounding. As I threw on clothes and grabbed Grandma's cookbook, I could hear my parents stirring in the next room. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted, bursting into their room. "Something's wrong downtown. It's magic-related. We need to go." The urgency in my voice must have conveyed the gravity of the situation because they were up and moving in seconds. As we piled into the car, I filled them in on the little information I had. The scene that greeted us in the town square was like something out of a disaster movie. A swirling vortex of magical energy pulsed at the center, its tendrils lashing out and transforming everything they touched. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, buildings rippled like mirages, and the very air seemed to shimmer with otherworldly power. I spotted Sarah and Alex near the edge of the chaos, their faces pale with fear and exhaustion. "What happened?" I demanded as we ran to join them. Alex's voice shook as he explained. "It was an accident. I was trying out a new recipe from the book, the celestial soufflé, but something went wrong. It just exploded with power." Sarah cut in, her words tumbling out in a rush. "We've been trying to contain it, but it's too strong. It keeps growing, feeding on the magical energy around it. If we don't stop it soon, it could consume the whole town." I felt the blood drain from my face as I realized the enormity of the situation. This wasn't just about keeping our secret anymore. Lives were at stake. My dad placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. "What do you need us to do, sweetie?" Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to think. "We need to cook something big enough and powerful enough to counter this, but it'll take all of us working together." I flipped through Grandma's cookbook with trembling fingers, searching for anything that might help. Finally, my eyes landed on a recipe I'd always been too scared to attempt: the harmonic feast of balance. "This is it," I breathed. "But it requires 5 cooks working in perfect harmony, and ingredients I've never even heard of." My mom's voice was firm with resolve. "Then we'll find them. Tell us what you need." The next hour was a blur of frantic activity. We raided grocery stores, herb shops, and even the local museum for the bizarre ingredients required. All around us, the magical vortex continued to grow, the destruction spreading further with each passing minute. As we set up our makeshift kitchen in the street, I could feel the eyes of the townspeople on us. Some were fleeing, others watching in confused fascination. A few brave souls even approached, offering to help. "What can we do?" Mrs. Chen from the flower shop asked, her usual calm demeanor shaken but determined. I hesitated only a moment before deciding that secrecy no longer mattered. "Spread the word. We need positive energy, hopes, dreams, good memories. Tell everyone to focus on those things and direct them towards us as we cook. Can you do that?" She nodded firmly and hurried off, already calling out to others. With our ingredients assembled, we began the complex process of creating the harmonic feast. Each of us had a crucial role to play. I was in charge of the main dish, a shimmering roast that seemed to change colors as it cooked. Sarah worked on a salad made from leaves that sang softly when tossed. Alex, determined to make amends, poured his heart into a soup that rippled with tiny galaxies. My parents, though new to magical cooking, threw themselves into their tasks with gusto. Dad kneaded a dough that floated inches above the table, while Mom stirred a dessert that smelled like summer sunshine and childhood laughter. As we cooked, I could feel the energy building around us. The air hummed with power, but it was different from the chaotic force of the vortex. This was harmonious, structured, fueled by the collective will of our town. "It's working!" Sarah shouted over the noise. "Look!" Sure enough, tendrils of our magic were beginning to push back against the swirling chaos. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. "We need more power," I called out, my voice hoarse with effort. "Everyone, remember why we're doing this. Think of what you love about our town, about each other." As if in response, I felt a surge of energy flow through me. Glancing around, I saw it wasn't just coming from our small group anymore. The townspeople had formed a circle around us, hands linked, faces screwed up in concentration as they projected every ounce of positivity they could muster. With this extra boost, our magical feast began to overpower the vortex. Slowly but surely, the chaos receded, replaced by the warm, comforting glow of our combined efforts. Finally, with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes, the last of the dark magic dissipated. An eerie silence fell over the town square, broken only by our heavy breathing and the sizzle of pots and pans. As the realization of what we'd accomplished sank in, cheers erupted from the crowd. People hugged each other, laughing and crying with relief. In that moment, it didn't matter that our secret was out. We were all united by what we'd just been through. Mayor Thompson made his way through the throng, his usually immaculate suit disheveled and his eyes wide with awe. I don't quite understand what just happened," he said, looking at each of us in turn. "But it's clear that you just saved our town. Thank you doesn't seem adequate, but thank you." I shared a look with Sarah and Alex, then with my parents. The time for hiding was over. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. "Mayor Thompson, everyone, there's something we need to tell you about our family, about this cookbook, and about the magic that's been a part of this town for generations without you knowing." As I began to explain, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together, as a community. The magical feast we'd created to save the town was just the beginning. From now on, we'd be nourishing our home with love, trust, and a little bit of magic every single day. The town hall was packed to the brim. A sea of familiar faces all turned towards the makeshift stage where I stood with Sarah, Alex, and my parents. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. I could feel the weight of countless eyes upon us, some curious, others wary, and a few even excited. Mayor Thompson cleared his throat, silencing the murmurs that had been rippling through the crowd. "Folks, we're here today to listen. After the events of yesterday, I think we all deserve some answers." He turned to us, nodding encouragingly. "Whenever you're ready." I stepped forward, my hands trembling slightly as I clutched Grandma's cookbook to my chest. The nervous energy thrumming through me threatened to overwhelm my senses, but I took a deep breath, centering myself. "Hi, everyone," I began, my voice quavering slightly before steadying. "I know you all have a lot of questions about what happened yesterday, about the strange occurrences you've been noticing around town lately, about us." I gestured to my companions on stage. "The truth is, we've been keeping a secret, a big one, and it's time you all knew about it." With that, I launched into our tale. I told them about Grandma's magical cookbook, passed down through generations, about the joy and wonder of discovering culinary magic, about our mishaps and adventures, the times we'd used our abilities to help the community in secret. As I spoke, I could see the expressions in the audience changing. Disbelief gave way to wonder, skepticism to intrigue. When I finished, there was a moment of profound silence. Then Mrs. Chen from the flower shop stood up. "So, those cheer-up chocolates you gave me when my cat died, they were magical?" I nodded, a small smile tugging at my lips. "Yes, ma'am. Sorrow-soothing sweets, to be precise." She shook her head in amazement. "Well, I'll be. They certainly did the trick." This seemed to break the dam. Suddenly everyone was talking at once, sharing stories of unexplained good fortune or mood lifts that now made sense. "Wait a minute," Mr. Johnson, our next-door neighbor, called out. "That soup you brought over when I was having a rough time. Was that magic too?" I nodded, feeling a lump form in my throat at the memory. "Sorrow-lifting soup. I hope it helped." Mr. Johnson's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "More than you know, kid. More than you know." As the chatter died down, I braced myself for the anger, the fear, the rejection I was sure would follow. But to my surprise, understanding seemed to be the prevailing sentiment. Mayor Thompson spoke up again. "I think I speak for everyone when I say we're a bit shell-shocked. But after what we all witnessed yesterday, it's hard to deny the evidence of our own eyes. The question is, where do we go from here?" Sarah stepped forward, her voice strong and clear. "We want to be honest with you all. This power, it's a big responsibility. We've tried our best to use it wisely to help where we could, but we're just kids, really. We could use some guidance." Alex nodded in agreement. "And maybe it's time we shared this knowledge. Not to everyone, and not all at once, but to those who are willing to learn, to those who want to use this gift to make our town an even better place." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd at this suggestion. My dad placed a hand on my shoulder, addressing the assembly. "We understand if some of you are scared or unsure. Magic is a big thing to wrap your head around, but I want you all to know that this has been a part of our town's history for generations. It's in the very soil we grow our food in, the air we breathe. It's a part of what makes this place special." As the implications of this sank in, I could see a change coming over the faces in the crowd. Fear and uncertainty were being replaced by curiosity and even excitement. Mrs. Thompson, the mayor's wife, and our middle school principal stood up. "I have a proposition," she said, her voice carrying across the hall. "What if we formed a committee, a group of trusted community members to work with you, to help guide the use of this culinary magic, to ensure it's used responsibly and for the benefit of all?" The suggestion was met with nods and sounds of approval. I felt a weight lifting off my shoulders. "We would be honored," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "That's more than we could have hoped for." As the meeting continued, plans began to take shape. A small group of trusted adults would be taught the basics of magical cooking, under the guidance of my parents and Grandma's cookbook. They would help oversee the use of magic in the town, ensuring it was never misused or exploited. To my amazement, people were volunteering left and right to be part of this new magical community. Mrs. Chen wanted to incorporate magical flowers into her shop. Mr. Gonzalez, the school cafeteria chef, was eager to learn recipes that could help students feel more focused and positive. Even Jake, my former bully turned occasional ally, stood up. "I know I haven't always been the nicest person," he said, looking uncomfortable but determined. "But I want to help. Maybe we could use some of this magic to start a program for troubled kids? Help them, like it helped me." I felt tears prick my eyes as I nodded enthusiastically. "That's a wonderful idea, Jake." As the meeting wound down, I found myself surrounded by my friends and family, all of us a little dazed by the unexpected turn of events. Sarah squeezed my hand. "Can you believe it? They're not afraid. They want to help." Alex grinned, looking more relaxed than I'd seen him in weeks. "I guess the truth really does set you free, huh?" My mom pulled us all into a group hug. "I'm so proud of you kids. You've handled this with more maturity than most adults would have." As we broke apart, I saw Mayor Thompson approaching, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You know," he said, "when I ran for office, I promised to make this town a shining example of community spirit. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it would involve actual magic." He chuckled, shaking his head. "But I meant what I said, and I think with your help, we can make this town truly extraordinary." I felt a swell of pride and belonging as I looked around at my neighbors, my friends, my community. The secret was out, yes, but instead of tearing us apart, it had brought us closer together. "Mr. Mayor," I said, a smile spreading across my face, "I think this is just the beginning of something amazing." As we left the town hall that day, stepping out into the warm sunlight, I felt a profound sense of change in the air. The town looked the same old buildings, the same familiar faces, but everything felt different, charged with possibility and hope. We were no longer just a family guarding a secret. We were no longer alone. We had become the caretakers of a legacy, entrusted by our community to use our gifts wisely and well. As we walked home, plans already forming for our first official magical cooking class, I couldn't help but think that Grandma would be proud. Her cookbook, her legacy, would continue to spread joy and wonder, not just through our family but through our entire town. The future was uncertain, full of challenges and responsibilities we had yet to face. But as I looked at the smiling faces of my parents, my friends, and my neighbors, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever came next, we would face it together, as a family, as a community, as the secret keepers of a very special kind of magic.